Good evening. I hope you can hear me. Let me know in the chat if you can hear me okay or too loud, too soft. Welcome to M2M Live. Does the audio sound good? Good. Not too loud, not too soft? Or is it just right? 5x5. Thank you, Charlie. Thank you very much. Thanks for coming. And you, Fred. Thank you very much, Fred. And anybody else that's joined me, welcome to join the chat. Comment as you like. Crack some jokes, whatever you like. I don't really mind. Welcome to this live edition of Artemis1. I'm going to be covering the tanking now between the next 9 hours and 20 minutes or so until launch early this morning. I'm going to pull an all-nighter for you guys. Hopefully we'll watch through the tanking. As you know, it went a bit wrong the last time with the tanking procedures, so hopefully it shall all go correctly tonight. Only jokes on the lead up. Oh, you can do jokes anytime, Fred. Don't mind. So, so I'll be covering all the tanking, and I'll be covering it all the way through the launch as well. And then we'll see how we get on as time goes on after the initial launch into orbit. If NASA carry on coverage, I might cover it up to a point, I think. If they're going to do a long time coverage, I might just let it run and maybe go and get some sleep. I don't know. We'll see how it goes anyway. But that's over nearly 9.5 hours away. So so we'll see how we go with that. Okay, so you're not going to hear much from me unless something drastic happens, or if they scrub, in which case we'll end the stream, as NASA will be. But hopefully that won't be necessary. We'll see how things go. For those that are uninitiated, and what is Artemis1? Artemis1 is a test of the Artemis project, which is Artemis is the project to return NASA, Americans, back to the moon. This is number one. This is an unmanned or uncrewed Orion spacecraft, and it's going to be launched to the moon. It's going to orbit the moon for almost 3 weeks and then return in about 26 days later. So hopefully all should go well. So this is completely unmanned. So they're testing out the SLS because the SLS rocket has not yet been tested out. So it's going to fully test out the Orion spacecraft. Orion spacecraft is not going to be on its own either. It's going to have a number of CubeSats with various experiments, looking at the moon and Valin and radiation belts and all kinds of different things from various organizations and institutions around the world, including JAXA, mostly American, but JAXA, the Japanese Space Agency, have got a CubeSat. Also on board, you've got 3 dummies. One is Commander Moonkin, which is basically a full sort of plastic dummy. Really, it's just going to test out the spacesuit and test the G-forces and all kinds of different things like that. And then there's 2 other dummies that are basically mimicking the bone and human flesh of an adult female. And one of which is going to be testing out a radiation vest. Females are more susceptible to cancers and possibly radiation, so they're going to be testing that out fully. It's got dozens and dozens or hundreds of sensors on board on these dummies. So they're going to be testing that out as well. So I tell you what, that's enough of me talking. I am now going to hand over the audio to NASA, and we're going to follow the tanking. And you're going to be seeing my little ticker at the bottom of the screen. I'll keep you updated with how the progress is going as we go along. And have a little timer myself. If NASA doesn't provide a timer, then there's a red one at the top of the screen there until launch time. That's not necessarily accurate to the second, but it'd give you an idea through the period of tanking. So anyway, that's enough of me talking. I'm now going to hand you over to NASA. Enjoy the stream.
And we just got the go for liquid oxygen loading operations. Again, we just got the go for loading the liquid oxygen into the core stage. Now, coming up in just a bit, they're going to start the loading operations of the liquid oxygen by chilling down the transfer lines. These are the lines that run so super chilled, they must pre-chill the lines. And I just heard them give the go for core stage liquid hydrogen loading operations. So we've got the goes on both the liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen tanks there in the center of the rocket, the core stage, the largest such tanks in the world. That liquid hydrogen is coming in at minus 297 degrees Fahrenheit. On the hydrogen side, it is minus 423 degrees Fahrenheit. And so the team pre-chills the lines by opening up the valves and allowing a little bit of the liquid oxygen to flow in, not much. But that propellant that does go into those lines that run all the way to the mobile launcher, which then feeds it into the rocket through the tail service mast umbilical at the bottom. That cold gas, the liquid flashes off so quickly once it hits the ambient air. The cold gas is then enough to chill down the lines so that when the actual super chilled propellant goes through, it's not a thermal shock to the system. Also new for this countdown, we are loading liquid oxygen and hydrogen at the same time. This is part of a change in the loading procedure for liquid hydrogen, what they've come to call a kinder, gentler operation. Previous launch attempts, we had some hydrogen leaks that the team believes the thermal shock could have played a role. And so the liquid hydrogen operation was lengthened, and they will be flowing that very slowly, allowing just a little bit of pressure on the cryosphere to push that liquid hydrogen into the rocket. Now, unlike the liquid oxygen will be pumped. Liquid hydrogen will flow naturally just using the pressure that's already in the cryosphere to flow it. LOX is 12 pounds per gallon density, so it's quite heavy. Liquid hydrogen is 0.4 pounds per gallon, so it's extremely light. We will start up our clock here in a couple of hours. Currently, we are L minus 9 hours and 11 minutes until liftoff. Our cryogenic operations will run roughly about 6 hours. This is Artemis Launch Control. A programming note, if you were watching NASA TV's coverage of our EVA, extravehicular activity. It is continuing in the final stages now. That spacewalk you can watch on NASA's media channel. Again, it continues the final stages of our EVA on the International Space Station on our media channel. And we have chill down of the liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen transfer lines. Again, we have chill down of the liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen transfer lines that carry the propellant from the cryosphere, both cryospheres, to the rocket. And we have completion of the liquid oxygen transfer line chill down. Again, LOX chill down is complete. Liquid hydrogen chill down still in progress. As we prepare to tank 750,000 gallons of propellant into that rocket right there, the Space Launch System. It will take roughly 6 hours to complete. The team will then have a few hours to make final configurations. We'll get into terminal count. And ahead of that, a programming note, at 10:30 p.m. Eastern Time, we will begin our special launch broadcast here on NASA TV. At the same time, we will continue our operational commentary on the NASA media channel. You can find both of them on YouTube. And of course, NASA TV, where if your local programming and cable company or satellite company provides. And we have a start of the core stage system chill down.
You see the live commentary you said from NASA begin, I think it said at 10 p.m. Eastern. What I'll do is I'll switch over to the live commentary once they go live from the tanking. You tend to get a lot more information. Unless you guys, want me to leave it on that, but that's a while away yet. We'll cross that bridge when it comes to it. Enjoy. And those of you who joined us, welcome to M2M and welcome to this live coverage of Artemis1 test launch. Enjoy the stream.
minus 8 hours, 49 minutes, and counting until liftoff of Artemis 1, the Space Launch System and Orion spacecraft. We're bringing you live tanking coverage here from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. You're looking at the rocket, NASA's 32-foot-tall moon rocket, which is in the midst of cryogenic tanking. We got the go to begin loading the rocket with super chilled propellants at 3:22 p.m. Eastern Time. And the team is in the middle of chilling down the lines from the liquid hydrogen cryosphere and the rocket. They have completed that on the liquid oxygen side and now are looking to begin chilling down the main propulsion system. It'll take roughly 6 hours to complete this process. After which, the team will have several hours to finish configuration of the rocket. And then we'll go into terminal count at 12:54 a.m. Eastern Time on November 16th. Liftoff is scheduled for 1:04 a.m. Eastern Time. We have a 2-hour window today. Hopefully we won't need it. Weather officer says we're looking good weather-wise, though you do see on your screen there, get a large cloud deck across the spaceport. A couple holes in it here and there. That cloud cover, it's rather thin where we are here at the Kennedy Space Center, but off to the west, the launch weather officer is tracking some thicker clouds coming our way. It's not a constraint to tanking. We're moving ahead, moving forward. But it is something they're keeping an eye on as we get deeper into the night. This is Artemis Launch Control. Update on the LH2 transfer line chill down. We have another 5 minutes in chilling down those lines that run between the LH2 cryosphere, liquid hydrogen, and the rocket. The tank on the core stage holds 537,000 gallons of liquid hydrogen. The loading operation today represents what the launch team calls a kinder, gentler loading operation. They're starting the pressure on the storage tank quite low, closing valves, closing skid valves, which are on the upper part of the rocket, and then reducing that main fill valve and allow those skid and lines to chill down until the inlet temps are fully chilled before they start running propellant through there. So gravity flow will be the way that they'll move that liquid hydrogen for 4 minutes and then allow the gas to chill down the entire system. Again, just a few minutes left in that. Liquid oxygen transfer lines are complete. And we're going to get into, after that, slow fill, where we actually start to run propellant into the rocket. Slow fill for both the core stage and the liquid, the core stage liquid hydrogen and oxygen is roughly 500 or so gallons per minute. We're waiting the next milestones. We'll let you know as soon as they happen. This is Artemis Launch Control.
Those of you who just joined us, welcome. Welcome to M2M, covering the live launch of the Artemis1 Orion spacecraft on board the SLS. For those of you who don't know, Artemis1 is a test launch of the SLS rocket and the Orion spacecraft as part of the Artemis program. It's uncrewed and will be launched to the moon. It will be orbiting the moon for almost 3 weeks, and then returning in about 26 days, all in all, 26 days total mission time. We're going to be covering all of the tanking operations all the way through to launch at approximately 1:04 a.m. Eastern, and that's 6:04 GMT. At around 10:30 p.m. Eastern, which should be 3:30 a.m. GMT, I'll switch over to the live coverage from NASA Live. They tend to give you a little bit more information in this, and they'll still update us on how the tanking is going. So, enjoy the stream. If you have any questions, feel free to ask in the chat. Thank you.
currently L minus 8 hours and 32 minutes until liftoff of Artemis 1. Stand by. And we we just got an update that the liquid hydrogen transfer line chill down is complete and slow fill has begun. Again, liquid hydrogen slow fill has begun. This bumps up the speed of the pumping on the liquid hydrogen side. Meanwhile, on the liquid oxygen side, they are currently in a chill down of the main propulsion system. They put in a little bit of liquid oxygen propellant into the system and then drained it back and allowed the gas to cool down the system. That super cold oxygen. Continue to track the milestones as we start the liquid hydrogen side. Filling the tanks on the Space Launch System. This is a major milestone. Launch team watching, of course, the liquid hydrogen process closely. A programming note for you on our NASA media channel. It's a busy day here at NASA, both on the ground and in space. The EVA, extravehicular activity, ended at 7 hours and 11 minutes. This is the spacewalk going on at the that happened at the International Space Station. Coverage continues on NASA's media channel. The team just repeating the announcement that they are in LH2 slow fill. But again, the spacewalk coverage continues as they now head into the repress of the airlock and getting the crew back inside with helmets doffed. Again, you can find that on NASA's media channel. Here on NASA's main channel, we continue with the cryogenic tanking of the Space Launch System. It's a great day in Florida for tanking. Weather is not a factor at the moment, even though we have some cloud cover overhead. It was quite a process to get, it always is a complex process to get the rocket to the pad, getting SLS and Orion to the pad, and it all begins with rollout.
Of the 322-foot tall Artemis-1 rocket from the vehicle assembly building, signals launch is approaching. The crawler transporter will travel along the crawlerway to the launch pad, carrying the SLS rocket, Orion spacecraft, and the mobile launcher. After traveling more than 4 miles, the crawler rolls the rocket and spacecraft onto the pad in position over the flame trench. Once in position, the mobile launcher is lowered onto support posts, and the crawler rolls away to a safe distance. 4 mighty core stage RS-25 engines prepare to start as cryogenic propellant flows to the engines. The complex physics of rocketry are about to be put on full display. At T-minus 15 seconds, the sound suppression system releases 400,000 gallons of water, flooding the mobile launcher and flame trench in less than 30 seconds. At T-minus 0, the umbilicals in place to provide power, communications, coolant, and fuel to the rocket and Orion spacecraft, while at the launch pad, retract.
For more information on the Artemis program, just go to our website, nasa.gov/Artemis-1. Again, nasa.gov/Artemis-1. We have an update in the cryogenic tanking. We are now in slow fill for liquid oxygen. Again, we are now in slow fill for liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen. Teams go about slowly filling the tank so as to prevent thermal shock to the rocket systems. It's a great shot of the mid-level of the rocket there, and the launch vehicle stage the adapter between the core stage and the ICPS. Slow fill for the core stage runs about 40 minutes or so. Sorry, check that. It runs 15 minutes. Again, the core stage liquid oxygen slow fill runs about 15 minutes. Core stage liquid hydrogen slow fill, this will be a longer process. Roughly about 70 minutes, a little more than an hour. And then we get into fast fill. But again, we're getting propellants into both tanks on the core stage. This is Artemis Launch Control. And we have an update of our milestone, the slow fill portion of the liquid oxygen transfer from the cryosphere that you see off in the distance there to the right-hand, lower right-hand part of the screen. You can see one of the cryospheres is now in fast fill. Again, liquid oxygen going into the rocket is now in fast fill as of 2 minutes ago, completing the slow fill portion of liquid oxygen into the core stage. And there you see one of the aft struts, which actually comes into play with regards to the liquid oxygen flowing in. That strut that you just saw, there's an aft strut constraint that requires that there be 50% filled liquid oxygen in the core stage tank, that they hold it at 50% rather, until they have at least 5% liquid hydrogen over on the hydrogen side. So the propellants are carefully sequenced. There's a shot of it again. That's the aft strut. It connects the solid rocket boosters to the core stage, a very critical component of the Space Launch System. The rocket actually shrinks as these super chilled propellants go into it. And so there's motion there, very small amounts of motion. But in order to keep everything aligned and in good shape structurally, liquid oxygen won't go above 50% until we have, again, at least 5% liquid hydrogen in that tank. And so now that we are in fast fill for liquid oxygen, which is roughly double that of slow fill, a little more than double, we're going to be moving pretty quickly on the tanking of the liquid oxygen tank. And there you can see a shot of the core stage engines and the two solid rocket boosters to either side. 4 nozzles in all. 3 of them you can see. One of them is obscured by the engine in the front, right? This is the business end of the rocket. And an engineer is currently controlling that camera as they complete inspections throughout the process of countdown. There are more than 100 cameras trained on this rocket in various areas of the rocket, making sure that they have eyes on all of it as we proceed through the countdown. A note on the sensors, if you're wondering about going from slow fill to fast fill and how it detects where we are, similar to your car, your vehicle. If you have a gauge there that will tell you when it's empty, same thing exists on the core stage, which triggers a shutdown in flight once it reaches empty. The sensors inside the tank, they detect when certain levels are reached, and you want to slow the flow down as they are in fast fill. You want to slow it down to prevent burping of this liquid propellant out of the top, which would be a very bad thing. So you have cutoff sensors which tell you when it's close to E, basically on your gas gauge. You have the 0 to 5% sensor, which is slow fill. And then there's a sensor that goes from 5% to 95%, and that is the sensor for fast fill. Once it gets up to the top, 95%, there's a sensor from 95% to 100%, and that puts the tanking into a topping, which is about half as fast as fast fill. So they slow it down as it gets up and fills up. And then there's 3 100% sensors, a 100 minus, a 100 even, and a 100 plus. And then That's when we get into replenish. There's software that cycles the valves to keep it in that sweet spot, 100 minus, 100, and 100 plus. And then, of course, replenish just replaces the propellant that boils off. These propellants, the moment they go into the tank, they are boiling. And they will continue boiling all the way through liftoff and during flight. They will be vented initially. That vent will be capped off to build up flight pressures. And then, of course, at the end, when the engines are lit, and this rocket is, if all things go well, racing into space at 1:04 p.m., 1:04 a.m., sorry, 1:04 a.m. Eastern Time tomorrow. We're currently 8 hours and 7 minutes until liftoff. This is Artemis Launch Control. got a couple of notable milestones that are coming up in the cryogenic tanking of the Space Launch System. One that has just happened is the aft strut constraint has been verified. So we are over 5% hydrogen filled. And since we're in slow fill, we're now going to transition to fast fill. And this has been a moment in past tankings where we've seen leaks. But today the team is executing the kinder, gentler, as they call it, loading operation. It's a much slower, very methodical fueling, tanking of the liquid hydrogen tank. And so we'll let you know as soon as that milestone happens. After that, we will then have the liquid hydrogen engine bleed kickstart. The kickstart is essentially a bleed to get it going. They close the vent temporarily. The liquid hydrogen tank is vented. Since it is a liquefied gas, it's boiling off. It vents out the gas. They'll close that vent to pressurize the tank, and then a small amount of liquid hydrogen is bled through the engine, and that gets it going. And then after kickstart, they go to a vented bleed, but at a lower pressure. So they'll open back up the vent, and the bleed will run. And that bleed needs to run through the engines in order to properly condition it for launch. Needs to be in just the right temperatures, which match the propellants. So all those milestones coming up in a bit, and we'll certainly let you know as they happen. And a programming note, coverage of the EVA on NASA's media channel has completed. You are now watching coverage of Artemis1's tanking. The tanking of the Space Launch System and Orion and launch of the Orion spacecraft tonight at 1:04 a.m. Eastern Time from the east coast of Florida. We are headed to sunset, as you can see from this shot here, in roughly about 23 minutes. Got some cloud cover overhead as we count down, currently at 7 hours, 56 minutes and counting until liftoff. We started our day here on NASA TV with the tanking go that we received from Launch Director Charlie Blackwell Thompson at 3:22 p.m. Eastern Time. And we are currently flowing propellants on both the liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen tanks of the Space Launch System. This is involves two steps here. We'll get the lower tanks filled, the largest tanks, and then we'll fill the tanks of the upper stage. Okay, and I'm hearing in real time, we are now transitioning from core stage LH2 slow fill to fast fill. So core stage LH2 is now in fast fill. The propellant teams closely monitoring the data. So we have both tanks now in fast fill. The liquid hydrogen tank holds 537,000 gallons of liquid hydrogen. The liquid oxygen tank close to 200,000. Okay, another big milestone coming up here. The engine bleed kickstart on the liquid hydrogen side is proceeding. Again, the engine bleed kickstart on the liquid hydrogen side of the core stage is now beginning. Again, this kickstart is a pressurized bleed to get it going, get it moving. Close the vent to pressurize the tank, and then a small amount of liquid hydrogen is bled through the engines there that you see at the bottom of the core stage. And then that hydrogen that's bled out is then taken out to a flare stack that burns it off. And with that wide shot, you can see we're getting close to sunset here on the east coast of Florida. In just about 7 minutes. And so far, so good. We are at L-7 hours, 36 minutes and counting until liftoff of the Space Launch System and the Orion spacecraft here from the east coast of Florida, the Kennedy Space Center. I'm joined now by Jeremy Graber, the Assistant Launch Director for the Artemis program. Jeremy, thanks for being here. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Daryl. Happy to be here.
So, the countdown, we're just a few hours into it, and so far, it seems awfully smooth. What's your take?
So, we're doing really well right now. We're in the middle of our tanking operations. We picked up with those tanking operations just a few hours ago. Our launch director, Charlie Blackwell-Thompson, said some great words to our team, and they're actively loading cryogenic fuel into the core stage. So far, everything is going very smoothly, and we're about 25 minutes from coming out of our hold at T-minus 6 hours and 40 minutes. And we've got about an hour and a half of liquid hydrogen fast fill to go, and about 2.5 hours of liquid oxygen fast fill to go. Our teams are monitoring the progress of that loading, doing a great job, and things look really good right now.
The team seemed upbeat when I was at the MMT meeting. A lot of positive vibes all the way around. Charlie Blackwell-Thompson, launch director, didn't have a constraint when she walked into the room. And then, as you mentioned, things have been going pretty well. Now that we're in tanking, this is an area that we have seen issues in the past. The fast fill for liquid hydrogen, especially when we get into the bleed. We're currently in that kickstart bleed, but so far, so good. And there's a different loading operation that was used for this time.
Yeah, this team has done a fantastic job working through each of the different wet dress rehearsals and launch attempts. In addition, we did a tanking test that demonstrated a lot of updated procedures to deal with the challenges that we had seen previously, and this team has really been outstanding, finding the right sequencing, the right basically keeping everything in a very tight box to ensure that we manage through any potential issues, and so far everything that they've put in place has been going extremely well, and we'll just keep monitoring as we go.
Yeah, this is as close to the countdown as you lay it out on your bar chart, as they called, that I've seen through 4 wet dresses and 2 launch attempts, and this, of course, being the 3rd.
Absolutely, we are right on the timeline, which is, as a launch guy, that's where I want to be, right on the timeline.
That's right. Had to deal with a hurricane. Had to deal with 2, obviously. The rocket was inside the VAB for 1, and for the 2nd, it was out there for tropical Hurricane Nicole, rather. So far to this point, have you noticed anything that you would attribute to the hurricane?
Well, so one of the really key things that we've been doing since Nicole passed through is to really investigate and look at all of our systems from a powered up perspective, as well as from an outside visual perspective. And we've been doing that from the minute we were able to really see that. We monitored all of our capabilities on the flight hardware and the ground systems throughout the storm, and we've been keeping a very close eye on everything since the storm made it through. And so far we've worked through any of the items that we found. I know some of those things have been talked about at the mission management meetings over the last couple of days. We came into call to stations for launch countdown. We had some work that we carried in. We've made it through all of that work yesterday, and we really have a clear constraints board at this point. Have not seen any issues associated with normal issues that may have come up, or from anything else. So, as I said, clear constraints right now and on the timeline.
That's one tough rocket out there, as come to find out. You mentioned the couple of issues that were dealt at the MMT meeting, the some of the RTV that came off the seal below Orion, and then along with a connector that was in the same location as a previous hydrogen leak. But you've got redundancy there, so you're good to go, and it looks like that is not going to be an issue as we proceed forward. We're headed to sunset. As you can see, sun just went down here at the Kennedy Space Center as the lights are on and illuminating the Space Launch System rocket. Getting an update. Engine stand by. So, Jeremy, we just heard from the NASA, from the liquid hydrogen team on the NASA test director's loop. They're reporting out right now. The engine bleed is complete. They did see a little bit of hydrogen in the area, a little bit of leakage, a little over 4%, but that apparently went down. That's within your range, right?
Absolutely, that's it within our range. That's you know, an expected leakage rate at that location, and yeah, as you mentioned, the great thing is wherever it got to at that 4%. Since I'm not looking at data right now, I'm
sure
kind of, but the good thing is it started coming down as they completed the bleed. So that's exactly what we would expect to see, and based on that, it sounds like we're still doing great.
That seal in that quick disconnect, it has to conform, right, to that space there. And when you hit it with those cryos, that's kind of part of it, right? Just like you were saying, it's kind of
and our expectation through the rest of loading is that leakage rate will come down. That's really what we saw during the tanking test that we performed after the last launch attempt. And so we really do expect to see that leakage come down as we load the core stage tank, the liquid hydrogen tank, and you get more commodity on board. That will really help seal that, and we should see that come down.
All right, great news. Real-time update from our Assistant Launch Director, Jeremy Graver. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much for being here, and good luck to you and the team the rest of the way.
Thanks, Daryl. Appreciate it.
All right, we are at L-7 hours, 28 minutes, and counting until liftoff. This is Artemis Launch Control.
Hi, it's Matt here. For those of you who joined us, welcome to M2M and this live stream of Artemis1. We've just heard the news from ground control that launch control that the engine bleed kickstart for liquid hydrogen was complete. There was a very small leak, which is expected, and is well within limits. So far, so good. Last attempts, they had problems with that. So there's no major leaks reported at present. So everything is looking good so far. So let's keep our fingers crossed. For those of you who have joined us, again, like I said, welcome to M2M. This is test launch of Artemis1, which is part of the Artemis project to return NASA and American astronauts back to the moon. This is an uncrewed test. We'll send the Orion spacecraft to the moon to orbit the moon for a few weeks, almost 3 weeks, and we'll return from launch after 26 days. So again, keep your fingers crossed. We are looking good so far. Still a long way to go, and keep watching and enjoy the stream. Thank you.
This is Artemis Launch Control. We are currently L-minus 7 hours and 18 minutes until liftoff with a beautiful nighttime shot just a few minutes after sunset here on the east coast of Florida. There it is, the Space Launch System rocket illuminated against the night sky. We are currently in the middle of cryogenic tanking of the Space Launch System rocket. Its two largest tanks, liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. On this particular shot, I want to draw your attention to the far right-hand side of the screen. You can see the flame there. That is a hydrogen flare stack. That is part of the operation. That hydrogen flare stack takes the engine bleed, the hydrogen, the liquid hydrogen that is run through the engines, the RS-25 engines at the bottom of the rocket, to condition it for launch, get it ready at the right temperatures to light. After it runs through the engine, it then goes out to a flare stack, and there you see it burning. We are currently in a vented bleed configuration for liquid hydrogen, and we will stay in that until inside of terminal count. So this view will be with us for the duration. And just a note, the liquid hydrogen, it is burning, but it's not giving the flames the color. That's actually the impurities that get drawn in along the way, and they give the color, the orangish color of the flame. And we have an update in terms of the tanking progress so far. We are tracking that with a real-time graphic that is taking data from both of the tanks of the core stage. This visual will allow you to see our progress. On the core stage liquid oxygen, on the left you can see we are at 35% full, currently in fast fill. And over on the right, the core stage liquid hydrogen, the largest tank towards the bottom of the rocket, 40% filled. You can see the capacities, close to 200,000 gallons for liquid oxygen and 538,000 gallons for liquid hydrogen. We've got about a couple hours left to fill the liquid oxygen as it fills at a slower rate during fast fill. Across the bottom of the bar, you can see our progress as we head to the tanking of the upper stage. But again, just about a couple of hours left to tank the liquid oxygen, and just about an hour left on the core stage liquid hydrogen, as that one will fill faster than the LOX. We have about 5 minutes left in a pre-planned hold. And after that, we're going to put up our countdown clock so that you can see it. The hold time was roughly about 3.5 hours long, an extended hold. That's part of the longer operation to tank the liquid hydrogen side of the rocket. Our T0 for our launch today is at 1:04 a.m. Eastern Time. We have a special launch broadcast that will start at 10:30 p.m. Eastern Time. And that will happen right here on NASA's main channel. Operational commentary, which you're watching right now, will continue on NASA's media channel. You can find both of them on YouTube. We have a 2-hour launch window tonight, which the launch team likes having a long launch window just in case they run into some weather. But the launch weather officer has reported that we're 80% go for launch weather. It's not expecting to run into that tonight, and hopefully that holds. Throughout the night, we've been sharing the various stages of the Artemis1 mission with you. And with just about 7 hours and 12 minutes left in the countdown, we want to take a look at the big moment, liftoff, and what you can expect to see on the Space Launch System and Orion.
During liftoff and ascent, SLS produces 8.8 million pounds of thrust to accelerate the rocket that weighs nearly 6 million pounds towards orbit. Approximately 2 minutes into the mission, the boosters will have consumed all of their solid propellant and are safely released. The rocket continues to propel toward orbit. After 3 minutes, Orion's service module fairings are jettisoned to lighten the load and expose its solar arrays, having completed their job protecting the arrays from aerodynamic forces. 40 seconds later, the launch abort system is jettisoned. Orion could safely abort at any time. About 8 minutes after launch, the SLS core stage engines shut down and the stage separates. The interim cryogenic propulsion stage, or ICPS, will give Orion the big push it needs to leave Earth's orbit and head toward the Moon. Orion's 4 solar arrays deploy to convert the sun's energy into electricity to power the spacecraft, charging its batteries for power when it moves out of direct sunlight. The upper stage engine ignites to elevate the spacecraft and fully enter Earth orbit, targeting conditions for the maneuver that will send Orion to the Moon. Engineers at Mission Control in Houston will perform one last check on Orion's systems prior to committing to the Translunar Injection, or TLI. The TLI maneuver breaks the bonds of Earth's gravity and sets the spacecraft on a course for the Moon. The interim cryogenic propulsion stage fires the RL-10 engine to complete the TLI burn that lasts about 20 minutes and increases the spacecraft's speed to more than 9,000 feet per second. Following TLI, Orion is committed to a lunar trajectory just 90 minutes after launch. The Orion stage adapter that connected Orion to the upper stage of the rocket will remain with the interim cryogenic propulsion stage as Orion separates from the stage about 2 hours after launch. Then 10 small satellites known as CubeSats will leave the Orion stage adapter and use their own propulsion systems to go to destinations including the Moon to perform experiments and technology demonstrations.
And now we want to put up our countdown clock for you. This is the T clock that you see in the upper left-hand corner of your screen. This reflects the time that the launch team is counting down, but does not include a half-hour hold that we have coming up. So the actual time until launch is 7 hours and 8 minutes, but we are 6 hours and 38 minutes away from going into a half-hour hold. And then once that half-hour hold is finished, they'll go into terminal count and the final T minus 10 minutes. To learn more about Artemis-1 and our mission around the moon, go to our website at nasa.gov/Artemis-1. nasa.gov/Artemis-1. It's nighttime here on the east coast of Florida, and we continue counting down to liftoff. Currently in fast fill for both the core stage liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen tank. We've got another couple hours of that for the core stage. So far, the launch team not working any major issues. The range is go. Our weather is good, 80% go. Liquid hydrogen will finish in about an hour, and we'll be able to get started working the upper stage tanking. For now, this is Artemis Launch Control. And we are now half full of liquid oxygen. You're looking there at a shot of the liquid oxygen tank venting. That's super cold oxygen gas meeting the humid Florida air and turning into vapor. And there's a look at the numbers. On your left, you can see the core stage liquid oxygen is more than 50% full. Got about another hour and 20 minutes to go in fast fill. And then over on the hydrogen side, moving quick. More than 3/4 full. On a tank that is the largest liquid hydrogen tank ever made into a rocket booster. We also got an update from Johnson Space Center and the flight dynamics officer there. Passed to us through PAO. There are 40 cutouts in our 2-hour window tonight. These are times in which we cannot launch the Artemis rocket. This is down from the 56 cutouts that were reported just a couple of days ago, but these numbers are regularly crunched and examined, looked at. The cutouts range from anywhere from a second or two to about a minute. So they're not a big impact today on the 2-hour launch window that we have that runs from 1:04 a.m. Eastern Time to 3:04 a.m. Eastern Time tomorrow. You're looking at the bottom of the Space Launch System rocket, the core stage with the 4 engines, RS-25s, built by Aerojet Rocketdyne. Those are heritage engines that came from the Space Shuttle program. And you can see the liquid oxygen vent at the bottom of the rocket as well, wafting up. A water vapor that's chilled from the liquid oxygen meeting the air. The team is also configuring the upper stage of the rocket, the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. Configuring its guidance and navigation. And at the very top you can see the launch escape system, which covers up the Orion spacecraft, which is the spacecraft we're going to send around the moon with a launch tonight. And one of the major objectives is to bring that Orion back from lunar orbit faster and hotter than any human-rated spacecraft has ever returned back to Earth. And we now also understand that on this particular flight, it's been calculated that Orion's maximum distance from the Earth, once it gets into lunar orbit, is 268,553 statute miles. From launch to splashdown, the total number of miles is estimated to be 1,228,000, roughly. And Orion's going to get about 80 miles away from the moon. And we have cameras on Orion, in which we hope to bring you that imagery should we have a launch this evening, or should I say early tomorrow morning. We're moving along well. Currently, we are 6 hours and 15 minutes on the T clock, 6 hours and 45 minutes on the L clock. This is Artemis Launch Control. and we have an update now. The tanking fast fill for liquid hydrogen has completed. The fast fill has completed, and now we are in topping. Again, core stage liquid hydrogen fast fill is complete, and now we are at topping. And you can see the graphic there. We've still got about an hour left on the core stage liquid oxygen side to the left. Now currently 64% full. Currently had no issues. We went through the test on the liquid hydrogen side. Did get a leak rate at just over 4%, 4.3% I believe. And but then it went back down, which is tracking exactly as the launch team expected it to, with the kinder and gentler as they out the lunar orbit that one day Artemis will use to put our gateway station around in lunar orbit called the Near Rectilinear Halo Orbit. It's a special orbit. The Capstone mission operations team confirmed that NASA's Capstone orbit called a near rectilinear halo orbit. It's a special orbit. The Capstone mission operations team confirmed that NASA's Capstone
My apologies, everyone. For some reason, the stream is buffering. Apologies, everyone. For some reason, it's just the stream is buffering. Sorry about that. Yeah, apologies for the buffering. For some reason, the direct stream I had to go into the software was buffering, and I couldn't get it unbuffered. So it seems to be good now. So apologies for that. We should be all fine now. For those of you just joining, welcome to M2M. My name's Matt. This is welcome to the live launch of Artemis1. We're currently covering the tanking operations at the moment. All is going well pretty much so far. The liquid hydrogen is fully loaded and is currently in automatic top-up mode. And liquid oxygen was not so long ago about 64%, probably around about 70% full now. And all is going well. We are due for opening the window of launch at 1:04 Eastern, which is about 6:04 GMT. Okay, hopefully everything should be good now, and enjoy the stream.
As you can see on the screen, you can see the liquid hydrogen tank is 100% filled. All 538,000 gallons. Currently it's boiling off, and that is being replenished. That's why they call it replenish mode. On the core stage, we're 3/4 filled. Core stage liquid oxygen currently flowing into the rocket. That's the long pole in the tent. Configurations are being made to prepare the upper stage for liquid hydrogen tanking. Everything's moving smoothly so far. It's been a relatively quiet countdown, which is great. I mentioned a little earlier the calculations on Orion's maximum distance from the Earth. We just learned it'll be 268,553 statute miles. And it'll come as close as right around 80 statute miles to the moon. Once in space, the Orion spacecraft will begin a 26-day mission. So let's learn more about that right now.
Orion will travel through the Van Allen radiation belts into the deep space radiation environment. The spacecraft's outbound trip to the moon will take several days, during which time engineers will evaluate the spacecraft systems and correct its trajectory if needed. As Orion approaches the moon, the engines of the European service module will fire to perform a powered flyby, which allows the spacecraft to target a distant retrograde orbit about the moon. At its closest approach, Orion will be about 60 miles from the surface of the moon. As the spacecraft flies around the far side of the moon, all communication with Earth is lost. Orion will be on its own. Mission Control will wait to acquire a communication signal from the spacecraft. Through cameras positioned inside and outside of the capsule, will capture a view of Earthrise for a new generation. The spacecraft will drift past the far side of the moon over the next several days. A second service module main engine burn will place Orion in a distant retrograde orbit. It will travel in the opposite direction from the path the moon flies about the Earth. The spacecraft will stay in that orbit for approximately 1 to 3 weeks to collect data and allow mission controllers to assess its performance. The spacecraft will use another precisely timed engine firing of the service module along with the moon's gravity for its return trip to Earth. After exiting the distant retrograde orbit, the engines of the European service module will fire to do another close flyby of the moon and aim towards Earth.
To learn more about the Artemis-1 mission, just go to our website, nasa.gov/Artemis-1. nasa.gov/Artemis-1. T-minus 5 hours and 37 minutes and counting until liftoff. That does not include a half-hour hold. Together, it will be 6 hours and 6 minutes away. This is Artemis Launch Control. configuration of the upper stage continues. The RL-10 purge for the liquid hydrogen on the RL-10 is complete. The liquid oxygen upper stage RL-10 engine system purge is now beginning. Again, liquid hydrogen upper stage RL-10 purge complete. Liquid oxygen upper stage RL-10 engine purge is now in work. These steps are done ahead of cryogenic tanking of the upper stage. That should happen in just a few minutes. We should start get moving with the hydrogen side on the upper stage. Currently still in fast fill for the core stage liquid oxygen. It's currently at 80% filled. We are currently L-minus 5 hours and 43 minutes, T-minus 5 hours and 13 minutes until liftoff of the Space Launch System from the Kennedy Space Center here in Florida. You're looking at the rocket on the pad, NASA's 32-story tall moon rocket, scheduled for liftoff at 1:04 a.m. Eastern Time, with a 2-hour window running to 3:04 a.m. Eastern Time. We have had a very clean count so far. We're running ahead of schedule as well, about an hour and 20 minutes ahead of schedule. The nets, fairly quiet at this part of the countdown. Currently, we are tanking the liquid oxygen core stage, sitting at 90%, and we are fully tanked on the liquid hydrogen side. Looking at the engines and the core stage right there in the center of your screen, quite a bit of history there with those RS-25s. They were built by Aerojet Rocketdyne, and they are heritage hardware that's been upgraded and its performance increased, all 4 of them, substantially. But about that history, if you look to the left, engine number 3, that's engine 2058. And engine 2058, which flew on the space shuttle, flew 6 flights to the space station. Behind 2058 is engine number 4, identified with a 2060. And quick update, the LO2 engine system purge is complete on the ICPS. Again, LO2, liquid oxygen engine system purge, complete on the ICPS. Getting a couple updates on the nets at this moment. Listening to the launch team just there for a couple of moments. No major issue being reported. But as you're looking now, again, back to the engines. Liquid oxygen venting up from the bottom. The engine in the back, 2060, engine number 4. That one flew on the space shuttle, including Hubble telescope servicing mission. And then to the front right, that's engine 2056, engine number 2 on the rocket. 2056 2056, actually. That was the one that did the Hubble telescope servicing mission. My apologies. Engine number 2 on the right, and then engine number 3 on the left. Engine number 4 is back left. That's 2060, and that one did the 3 space shuttle flights, including the space shuttle's final mission. But the one with all the star power is engine number 1, and it is on the back right in terms of the setup of these engines. Engine number 1 is 2045. That had 12 space shuttle flights on it, including John Glenn's flight. Astronaut John Glenn, as well as a senator, flew with that engine. And it also included this final space shuttle mission, the final flight, STS-135, the last space shuttle Atlantis, which is currently here at the Kennedy Space Center Visitor Center. The core stage in the middle, of course, that holds the RS-25s, that's built by Boeing Aerospace. The 2 side boosters there, built by Northrop Grumman. And to the top of the rocket, the Orion spacecraft. Is built by Lockheed Martin. And speaking of the Orion spacecraft, when it heads to the moon, that will be about 1,000 times farther from Earth than the International Space Station is from the Earth. Of course, the International Space Station orbits the Earth at approximately 250 statute miles above the surface of the Earth, and the moon is beyond 250,000 miles. The mission will be a 26-day mission if we lift off tonight. To learn more about the Artemis program, go to our website at nasa.gov/Artemis-1. Again, nasa.gov/Artemis-1. This is Artemis Launch Control. coming on console at the Johnson Space Center Mission Control is Judd Freeling and his team. Judd Freeling is the flight director that will lead his team tracking Orion from ascent through translunar injection. This is the third shift for the team at Mission Control Houston. And you're looking live at launch control here at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. The top row is for the launch directors. And that row below is our NASA test directors, currently flying the ship, so to speak, overlooking the countdown and making sure that everything goes smoothly. And so far, everything has gone smoothly. Got a thumbs up just a couple minutes ago from one of the NASA test directors. Currently, they're working to configure the upper stage of the rocket, the ICPS, the Interim Cryogenic Propulsion Stage. That's built by United Launch Alliance. It's a modified upper stage from the Delta IV. Tanking wise, we are currently sitting at 100% full for the core stage liquid oxygen and 99% filled on the liquid oxygen side. T-minus 4 hours, 58 minutes until liftoff. L-minus 5 hours, 28 minutes until liftoff. This is Artemis Launch Control. And we just reached topping for the core stage. Liquid oxygen topping on the core stage tank. Just moments ago. Okay, we've just reached replenish for the core stage liquid oxygen tank. Again, replenish for the core stage liquid oxygen tank. A major milestone reached this evening, as now both tanks of the core stage have been filled. Both are in replenish. Both are boiling propellants and thus venting off the gas that results, as you can see there on the left side of your picture, as the liquid oxygen side vents off that super cold oxygen gas that then condenses the water in the atmosphere and creates that vapor plume. And now we have just started upper stage loading operations, shifting now to tanking the upper stage of the rocket, the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. It too has a liquid oxygen tank and a liquid hydrogen tank, much smaller though. LH2 chill down now in work for the upper stage of the rocket, which holds 10,000 pounds of liquid hydrogen. On the liquid oxygen side, there are 53,000 pounds of capacity. The RL-10 engine Okay, we are now loading LH2 in the upper stage. Again, LH2 loading in the upper stage, that's liquid hydrogen. Listening to the team on their communications channels. All right, very good. And so the propellant for the upper stages, you're looking at that shot right there with the two spotlights illuminating the Space Launch System out at Launch Complex 39B here at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. The propellant will flow through the umbilical at the 240-foot level, just below the one that you see to the left in the foreground. It's in the background there. And so now we are tanking the upper stage. SLS Chief Engineer John Blevins calling this a very clean count. So far. We're headed to a liftoff time of 1:04 a.m. Eastern Time on the 16th. We have a 2-hour window. Hopefully we won't need it. The liquid oxygen team reporting out that they are now ready for upper stage loading operations. Again, the liquid oxygen team ready for upper stage loading operations to the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. Core stage liquid oxygen tank is at 100% and is in stable replenish. It took roughly about 4 hours and 23 minutes to tank the core stage from the moment the go was given by the launch director at 3:22 p.m. Eastern Time. Charlie Blackwell Thompson, Artemis launch director, gave the go. And now loading of the upper stage is underway. And so they're giving the call right now for the LOX team, liquid oxygen, to start their loading operations.
Good evening. Welcome to anybody that's just joined us. Welcome to M2M and this live coverage of the Artemis1 tanking and launch. So far, we have had a very smooth tanking operation. The core stage is fully filled with liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. and there's been no problems. It's a very crucial stage that we've actually reached, and so far it's been absolutely smooth, which kind of makes me feel a little bit uneasy because I'm thinking something's going to go wrong. But I hope not. For those of you new to Artemis, or not know what Artemis is, Artemis project is a project to get NASA, American astronauts, back to the moon. Artemis1 is the first test to test out the SLS rocket and also the Orion spacecraft. Will be launched to the moon. It will orbit the moon for a number of weeks, 1 to 3 weeks, and then return in 26 days after launch. As I said, this is uncrewed, unmanned, but there is a payload of 3 dummies who are doing various tests, and also there is a payload of some CubeSats from various institutions, organizations from around the world, including the Japanese Space Agency, JAXA. Getting all kinds of different tests from them. So I'm going to leave you back with NASA and enjoy the stream. Thank you.
T-minus 4 hours and 12 minutes and counting here at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. You're looking live at the Space Launch System rocket with Orion at the top, getting ready for a launch to the moon. We are currently in the midst of cryogenic tanking the upper stage of the rocket after a 4-hour and 23-minute successful tanking of the lower core stage. Currently, both liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen on the upper stage are in fast fill, which is a great milestone. The ICPS, the upper stage of the rocket, that's the interim cryogenic propulsion stage made by ULA. It's a modified Delta upper stage. Has 10,000 pounds of liquid hydrogen and 53,000 pounds of liquid oxygen. The liquid oxygen team reporting out that they'd like to pick up the pace a little bit on their side of the upper stage. So far, we've had a pretty clean count. It all started at 3:22 p.m. Eastern Time when the launch director, Charlie Blackwell Thompson, gave the go for cryogenic. Finished that tanking at 7:45 p.m. Eastern Time. We are tracking towards a 1:04 a.m. Eastern Time launch on November 16th. You'll look at the clock at the upper left-hand corner of your screen. That is a time. So you have to add a half hour to that to get the true time to launch, which we call the L clock. That half hour is used by the launch team to do any catch-up work and prepare for the final 10 minutes of the count, which is called terminal count. The launch team configures the rocket up until the point, and at T-minus 10 minutes, it is then given over to the ground launch sequencer, which is software and a computer that then configures the rocket, bringing on all of the high energy systems in the last few minutes as they count down to liftoff. You're looking at the lower portion of the rocket and the midsection of the rocket. You can see the venting happening as the liquid oxygen is now venting from the ICPS. The ICPS has multiple liquid oxygen vents, so you can see them in 2 locations. And then the full shot of the rocket there, you can see the liquid oxygen tank in the core stage currently venting out from the upper portion of the rocket. That liquid oxygen tank sits in the upper third of the core stage. Throughout the evening, we've been telling you a little bit more about the Artemis mission. The primary objective of the Artemis1 mission and this launch tonight is to send the Orion spacecraft around the moon and then test its ability to return from lunar orbit and endure the extreme heat of re-entry.
Interagency team, including the United States Navy and Air Force, along with NASA engineers and technicians, will begin preparations for Orion's return home. During the journey home, Orion will maintain the desired tail-to-sun attitude to optimize spacecraft cooling and maximize power production in the deep space environment. Another week passes as Orion coasts towards Earth. The European service module separates behind Orion and is jettisoned. Following separation, engines on the back shell of Orion will ensure the spacecraft is properly oriented as it travels in the direction of entry interface at an altitude of 400,000 feet. At entry interface, Orion will enter the Earth's atmosphere, traveling at a speed of 25,000 miles per hour, decelerating at a rate up to 4 times the force of gravity. The heat shield will protect the spacecraft from temperatures half as hot as the surface of the sun, approaching 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Orion's precise deployment sequence of 11 parachutes assembled in mid-air will begin. As Orion slows, the 3 forward bay cover parachutes separate the protective thermal cover that sits over the parachutes. Two drogues used to slow and stabilize the crew module during descent cut free, and 3 pilot chutes are deployed, used to lift and deploy the 3 main parachutes. At 9,000 feet in altitude and a speed of 130 miles per hour, the 3 main parachutes, 116 feet in diameter, will slow the crew module to a safe landing speed of less than 20 miles per hour. After a 4 to 6 week long mission, and after traveling more than 1.3 million miles, Orion will target a landing 16 minutes after entering Earth's atmosphere. Following splashdown, Orion will remain powered for operations and recovery teams to conduct inspections. Orion will then be pulled into the ship and secured for its return to Kennedy Space Center. We are going together and invite you to follow along at www.nasa.gov/Artemis-1.
To learn more about Artemis-1, get to our website, nasa.gov/Artemis-1. Again, nasa.gov/Artemis-1. This is Artemis Launch Control. Quick update on the tanking of the upper stage of the Space Launch System. We are in fast fill for both liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. Liquid hydrogen stands at 18% filled. Again, 18% filled on the liquid hydrogen side, and we are 44% filled on the liquid oxygen side. Both of these are the tanks on the upper stage of the rocket, the ICPS. Again, 18% filled for LH2, 44% filled for liquid oxygen. T-minus 3 hours, 38 minutes and counting here at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida, where we are waiting the launch of the Space Launch System rocket. Currently on the pad, you're looking at venting from the upper stage of the SLS as we are in fast fill for both the liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen. Just got a weather update to the launch director, Charlie Blackwell Thompson. 45th Weather Officer, Launch Weather Officer Melody Lovin, giving some good news, saying that the trend of the weather is our friend. Some thicker clouds are moving into the area over the launch pad, but it was only just one thick cloud in the area, would have violated flight through precipitation rule, but it is now thinning out, and that was the only one they're tracking, not within the launch area. And so because the clouds are starting to thin over the launch complex, we are back to 90% go for launch. Again, we are back to 90% go for launch weather. Only concerns that the LWO is tracking at this moment is the thick cloud rule and the cumulus cloud rule. You don't see it in the shot. It is nighttime, but early in the evening we did have some cloud cover over the area. But conditions are calm enough for the LWO to bump up the go for weather to 90%. Great news there. Launch director has asked for another update in just about an hour on the weather. And I just heard a completion of LOX fast fill complete for the upper stage liquid oxygen tank. And now they are proceeding with an LO2 tank valve test. Great news there. We're still tanking the liquid hydrogen in the upper stage. Again, another milestone reached. Fast fill is complete on the upper stage liquid oxygen tank. This is Artemis Launch Control. T-minus 3 hours and 17 minutes until liftoff of the Space Launch System. That's L-minus 3 hours and 47 minutes. We have a half-hour hold that we're going to be going into at the end of, towards the end of the countdown. I want to give you an update now. The launch team is tracking an intermittent leak on the cord stage replenish valve. This is on the hydrogen side. The location is at the base of the mobile launcher. The team reporting to the NASA test director, it's going in and out of leak measurement. Momentarily, it spiked to 1.5%, but then came back down, and they continued to monitor it. Going over 1% is the violation. It was only there for a short period of time, came back down. It's 1% is the violation, Mark, as I understand from the engineers, because this is an open air sensor, different from the closed volume sensors on the previous leaks, if you may recall from the previous launch attempts. So the team is monitoring it. If it were to continue to degrade, it would put the upper stage LH2 into stop flow. It's back down at the moment into the 0.2 range. And so, again, the team just continues to monitor, but they have advised Launch Director Charlie Blackwell-Thompson that there's not a lot they can do from here. If it were to go back up above 1%, they would have to send the red crew into the pad. Now, that's the team that is specifically trained to go into the launch pad with a tanked rocket and do work. But we're not there yet. I want to emphasize, not there yet. Again, the team's monitoring this. Of course, we'll keep you updated. Percentage-wise, let's talk about the upper stage. We are at 60% filled for the liquid hydrogen upper stage. For liquid oxygen, we're almost filled, currently at 92%. Again, upper stage 60% for liquid hydrogen and 92% liquid oxygen. We're in fast fill for liquid hydrogen and topping for LO2. Quick look at the core stage, just to review. We can put up a graphic that'll give you a check on that. Core stage reached its replenish mark, which means fully tanked and filled at 7:45 p.m. Eastern Time. And there you see the graphic. 100% on both tanks. The core stage, of course, 750,000 gallons of super chilled propellants. And of course, we'll continue to track the countdown. This is Artemis Launch Control. Quick update, we are now in stop flow for the liquid hydrogen core stage. Again, we are in stop flow for liquid hydrogen core stage due to an intermittent leak on the replenish valve. Okay, the NASA test director has advised that they are now putting a plan into work to send the red crew into the pad. Again, the NASA test director putting together a plan to send the red crew into Launch Complex 39B and the mobile launcher area. Discussion is about an intermittent leak on the upper stage. I'm sorry, intermittent leak for the core stage replenish valve, which is inside the mobile launcher. Now it's in the planning stages, so they are not going out there yet. But again, the team being mobilized. The red crew operates out of a building about 4 miles away from the launch pad. Discussion is around torquing down the packing nuts at the base of the ML. The leak has increased. And so the team currently taking planning action to send that red crew team in. Of course, we'll keep you updated on the latest. This is Artemis Launch Control.
Well, if you just heard all that, there has been a leak has been detected from the core stage. I think it was liquid hydrogen. So they've put a stop to the upper stage being filled with liquid hydrogen. So what they're planning on doing at this stage at the moment, they have a team called the Red Team who will go out to the pad and see if they can figure out what they can actually do about this leak, and finding a solution to see what they can actually do at this stage. As we are currently actually ahead of schedule, there is also a 2-hour launch window, with some parts of that 2-hour launch window where SLS is unable to launch. So there is still a good chance, so stay tuned. Maybe able to resolve this problem. So it's not over yet by any stretch. So we've got a long way to go. And so please stay tuned. If you've just joined us, you are watching the channel M2M, and we are watching the test launch of Artemis1, Artemis project to bring American astronauts back to the moon. And this is an uncrewed test launch. It's to be go to the moon and orbit the moon for a number of weeks, or 1 to 3 weeks, and then return after 26 days or so, or less. So I'll keep you updated if we know anything, if the commentary doesn't come along, and we'll keep an eye on social media, see if there's any announcements there, and we'll see what's going on. So stay tuned. Again, if you just joined us, everything had been going very well with tanking, but ground crews have detected a leak, a liquid hydrogen leak at the replenish valve, core stage replenish valve. It was intermittent at first, and then it appeared that it's above safety thresholds now. So they have put a stop to the second stage tanking at this stage. So that has put at a halt. However, we still have various holds to go yet as well, totaling about 30-40 minutes or so. Plus, we also have a 2-hour launch window. So there is opportunities to find a solution. Hopefully they can. So fingers crossed. And hopefully we'll still see a launch as scheduled in and around 1:04 a.m. Eastern. And that's 6:04 GMT. Hopefully we'll still see that happen. So we keep our fingers crossed. Stay tuned and we'll keep you updated as soon as we know anything more. And I'm sure the commentary will keep us updated too.
We are currently L-minus 5 hours and 43 minutes, T-minus 5 hours and 13 minutes until liftoff of the Space Launch System from the Kennedy Space Center here in Florida. You're looking at the rocket on the pad, NASA's 32-story tall moon rocket, scheduled for liftoff at 1:04 a.m. Eastern Time, with a 2-hour window running to 3:04 a.m. Eastern Time. We have had a very clean count so far. We're running ahead of schedule as well, about 1 hour and 20 minutes ahead of schedule. The net's fairly quiet at this part of the countdown. Currently, we are tanking the liquid oxygen core stage, sitting at 90%, and we are fully tanked on the liquid hydrogen side. Looking at the engines and the core stage right there in the center of your screen, quite a bit of history there with those RS-25s. They were built by Aerojet Rocketdyne, and they are heritage hardware that's been upgraded and its performance increased, all 4 of them, substantially. But about that history, if you look to the left, engine number 3, that's engine 2058. And engine 2058, which flew on the space shuttle, flew 6 flights to the space station. Behind 2058 is engine number 4, identified with a 2060. And quick update, the LO2 engine system purge is complete on the ICPS. Again, LO2, liquid oxygen engine system purge, complete on the ICPS. Getting a couple updates on the nets at this moment. Listening to the launch team just there for a couple of moments. No major issue being reported. But as you're looking now, again, back to the engines, Hubble telescope servicing mission. And then to the front right, that's engine 2056, engine number 2 on the rocket. 2056 2056, actually, that was the one that did the Hubble telescope servicing mission. My apologies. Engine number 2 on the right, and then engine number 3 on the left. Engine number 4 is back left. That's 2060, and that one did the 3 space shuttle flights, including the space shuttle's final mission. But the one with all the star power is engine number 1, and it is on the back right in terms of the setup of these engines. Engine number 1 is 2045. That had 12 space shuttle flights on it, including John Glenn's flight. Astronaut John Glenn, as well as a senator, flew with that engine. And it also included this final space shuttle mission, the final flight, STS-135, the last space shuttle Atlantis, which is currently here at the Kennedy Space Center Visitor Center. The core stage in the middle, of course, that holds the RS-25s, that's built by Boeing Aerospace. The 2 side boosters there, built by Northrop Grumman. And to the top of the rocket, the Orion spacecraft. Is built by Lockheed Martin. And speaking of the Orion spacecraft, when it heads to the moon, that will be about 1,000 times farther from Earth than the International Space Station is from the Earth. Of course, the International Space Station orbits the Earth at approximately 250 statute miles above the surface of the Earth, and the moon is beyond 250,000 miles. The mission will be a 26-day mission if we lift off tonight. To learn more about the Artemis program, go to our website at nasa.gov/Artemis-1. Again, nasa.gov/Artemis-1. This is Artemis Launch Control.
Hi, this is Matt here. Welcome to M2M. I'm sorry about the stream there for a moment. Seemed to have rewound.
T-minus 2 hours, 44 minutes and counting. Have an update on this.
I've actually put it quite right at the moment. If you have only just joined us, NASA the ground crews have detected a liquid hydrogen leak. Replenish tanking on the core stage has been stopped for the time being. They are planning for Red Team to go to the pad and see if they can solve the issue. We're hoping to have that done soon. As it stands at the moment, there's still go for launch. That hasn't changed as of yet, but we shall wait and see if this can be fixed. As you see on the screen now, stop flow in core stage for liquid hydrogen replenishment. However, it would appear that at least the upper stage is still tanking, still filling the fuel. So we hopefully should have a solution to that. All is not lost because we still got some holds to go along, some planned holds, and also we have a 2-hour launch window. So hopefully everything can be resolved before any decisions are made. Okay, enjoy the stream.
To torque packing nuts to resolve the intermittent leak. The techs will take 2 vehicles, drive up the pad surface. They'll exit their vehicles, go up the stairs to the 0 deck, then downstairs to the location where the valve is, and then torque the packing nuts. The Red Crew says it should take them about 15 minutes to do. Then they would return to their vehicles from the route that they came in on. Now, emergency services, EMS, have been notified along with pad rescue, and they are standing by for the start of this operation. And right now, the NASA test director is briefing the launch team on the procedures. HASGAS will be closely monitoring sensors that are with the technicians for high concentrations of oxygen, hydrogen. And so there is a high degree of focus by the teams, especially the safety team, hazardous operations, currently getting ready to be underway in just a few minutes. Again, intermittent leak on the core stage, liquid hydrogen replenish valve. It's on a skid on the side of the mobile launcher. The Red Crew team has been mobilized. The plan to torque down bolts inside the ML where the valve has been briefed to the launch director. It's been signed off on. And we're awaiting the departure of the Red Crew team out to the launch pad. Stand by for more updates. This is Artemis Launch Control.
So as you heard, they're sending a team out to the pad to hopefully fix the issue, and it should, if it does work, it should be quite a quick fix. As you might have heard, it's going to take them 15 minutes once they get to the pad and to do that. So we're just waiting for them to go out to the pad in order to do that. So everybody keep your fingers crossed that solves the issue.
All right, Launch Director Charlie Blackwell Thompson just gave the go for the Red Crew team to enter Launch Complex 39B that you see there on your screen to work a issue with a leaky replenish valve on the side of the mobile launcher. The mobile launcher is the gray structure that you see there. The Red Crew team is a highly trained group of individuals, 2 technicians and 1 safety lead that will be making entry into the pad to tighten down bolts, the packing bolts on the valve. It is a straightforward job as described to me by the launch team. Once they're at the valve location, the Red Crew has advised it should take about 15 minutes to do the work. So they should be in and out of there relatively quickly. There's no troubleshooting to be done. They have a specific task that they're going to go in there and perform. And then they'll depart the pad. It is a hazardous operation inside the blast danger area. And the launch team will be tracking their every movement. EMS is standing by, along with pad rescue. We'll keep you updated. This is Artemis Launch Control.
So, as you just heard, they're just about to send the team out there, and what they're basically going to do is tighten up the replenish valve, and hopefully, should sounds a very simple thing, and it is quite a simple thing. Shouldn't take too long. So, fingers crossed that will solve the issue. Okay, as you can probably guess, that's the Red Crew now, specialist team heading out to the launch pad now. A team of engineers to tighten the replenish valve to see if they'll fix that. So that's what they're showing right now.
Okay, you're looking at a live shot of the launch pad and the two vehicles at the bottom that just arrived, the two technicians and the safety representative. This is the Red Crew that is specifically tasked to go out and tighten some bolts on the core stage hydrogen replenish valve on the side of the mobile launcher. It is a hazardous operation, but as you can see from this camera view, and I have view of the safety team here, they're monitoring multiple camera views and watching the Red Crew as they do their work, looking to fix an intermittent leak that popped up about an hour ago. T-minus 2 hours and 13 minutes. We are tracking the red crew, 2 technicians and a safety representative that have made entry to the launch pad and are currently inside the compartment where the leaky replenish valve is. Again, the red crew, which is a specially trained crew to work in and around a fully tanked rocket, is inside the compartment area where the leaky replenish valve is. It's on the liquid hydrogen side. Their job is to torque down the bolts, the packing nuts on this particular valve, and that is, as I understand it from the launch team, currently in work. Safety team is watching on cameras that are in and around the launch pad. This is not a totally uncommon operation. The red crew, there's a number of individuals who stand by ready to do work on the red crew, who are specifically trained in their areas of expertise when they have to put hands on at the launch pad after or during tanking. So this is likely to eat into the launch window. An update on the tanks. We are in replenish on both the liquid oxygen core stage and upper stage. We are in stop flow for liquid hydrogen on the upper stage and the core stage. And that stop flow, of course, is related to the intermittent leak on the replenish valve that's on the side of the mobile launcher. We saw the red crew go in. The red crew estimates it'll take about 15 minutes to complete the job. And then they're coming right back out. This is Artemis Launch Control. T-minus 2 hours and 7 minutes and counting. We are currently tracking work done by the red crew, currently out at the launch pad, a specially trained crew, torquing down some bolts on a hydrogen replenish valve. The safety team has eyes on it. They're currently doing that work. I want to make a programming note for you. Currently, if you're watching NASA TV's main channel, we are now going to begin the special launch broadcast that we have planned. Meanwhile, over on the NASA television media channel, we will continue with operational commentary. Again, we're getting ready to start a launch broadcast, a special launch broadcast on the NASA TV main channel, but we will maintain operational commentary on NASA TV's media channel. Please stand by for that. This is Artemis Launch Control.
"50 years after we last left footprints on the moon, NASA's Artemis-1 is our first bold step towards getting us back there and pushing us farther than we've ever been before."
I'm just muting that for the time being because just a little bit fearful of the music. But we'll get that audio back on when all the music's over and stuff.
us live at Kennedy Space Center, where the energy here is palpable as we attempt to make history today. I'm Megan Cruz, and this is NASA astronaut Kayla Barron. Kayla, great to have you here again.
So awesome to be here tonight.
Well, some of you may know this, but Kayla served as a mission specialist for NASA's SpaceX Crew 3 mission. It launched to the International Space Station in November of last year, and she lived and worked there for about 6 months. Today, I am thrilled to have her here with me to talk about this rocket behind us illuminating beautifully the night sky here in Florida.
Yeah, it's so awesome to be here tonight. When I first walked up and saw the view from the desk here, I was just blown away by how close it is and what an awesome view it's going to be when we get to launch time.
Yeah, it's a magnificent view, and I know you're especially excited about this because if we launch today, this will be the first launch that you actually see from the ground.
Exactly. I've never been able to come see a launch in person, except for my own, of course, but that's a little bit different perspective.
Very different, yeah.
But to be here for the world's most powerful rocket and the first test flight of Orion and SLS is just amazing.
Yeah. So our 2-hour launch window opens at 1:04 a.m. Eastern Time. So Kayla, tell everyone, why are we returning to the moon?
We are returning to the moon to learn more about it. The moon is a perfect place to learn more about our solar system, how the moon formed, but also how the Earth and the rest of our solar system formed. And we know so little about it. There's a lot to learn by returning there and doing some awesome geology work, but it's also the perfect proving ground for our continuation, exploring further into our solar system and eventually going to Mars.
Right.
We need to test all the operations concepts, all the equipment, habitats, rovers, suits, all of these things. And so it's the perfect place to test all of those things out and learn the things we need to do something that's almost hard to wrap your head around, going all the way to another planet.
Absolutely. Really ambitious goals, and it all starts here with Artemis-1. So Artemis-1 is the first flight test of NASA's brand new Space Launch System, or SLS rocket. It's the world's most powerful rocket and will send an uncrewed Orion spacecraft farther around the moon than any of the Apollo missions before it. Artemis-2 will be the first crewed mission around the moon, and then Artemis-3 will use a brand new human landing system to bring astronauts to the surface of the moon. Future Artemis missions will dock to Gateway, NASA's lunar orbiting space station, before descending to the moon. So Kayla, what must we demonstrate with Artemis-1 before we put astronauts on board for those future crewed missions?
This is our first integrated test flight of the rocket, the Space Launch System rocket, and Orion, the capsule that crew will fly in on Artemis-2. And so it's really important for us to put all of those systems together and actually send them to do a mission, test all those systems in real time in concert together. We do a lot of testing before we get to this moment, before we get to launch day, but it's not integrated, and we're not actually putting the systems under all of the real world stresses they're going to see.
Right.
So we want to see the rocket perform, we want to see Orion make it around the moon, go super deep into space, and then come home and successfully re-enter. So the heat shield actually has to withstand the fastest and hottest re-entry we've ever seen in human spaceflight. So that's a big thing we want to see. The heat shield perform successfully, and then of course recover the vehicle, test all of that. So it's a lot, but it's the important first step before we put crew on the vehicle.
Yeah, lots of eyes on this one for sure. So tanking of the rocket began at 4:30 this afternoon. NASA's Daryl Nail is inside with the launch team and has some information about an issue they're currently working.
Right, Megan, the launch director gave the go for tanking shortly after 3 p.m. this afternoon, but as of right now, there is a red crew, as they are named, a specially trained team of individuals out at the pad making an unplanned change to a replenish valve on the liquid hydrogen side. There are 2 technicians and a safety representative that are right now working inside the mobile launcher. It's in an open air area that has a replenish valve that goes to the liquid hydrogen side of the core stage. Now this happened roughly earlier this evening, probably about an hour ago, when a leak was detected at the core stage liquid hydrogen valve by the launch team here inside firing room 1 at the Launch Control Center. Unfortunately, the team here was unable to remedy the leak remotely, and so it became necessary to send a crew of individuals, called the Red Crew, out to the launch pad to make a hands-on fix, so to speak, to that valve. What they're doing is they're torquing down bolts that are on the valve. They believe that by torquing these bolts down, they'll get a better seal on that replenish valve, and that should remedy the leak. The leak was detected by the hazardous operations team here inside the launch control when the percentage of hydrogen went above 1%. Now that's significant for this particular area because it is an open air location, the skid valve that runs the liquid hydrogen into the core stage. And we had reached replenish when this leak was detected. Over on the liquid hydrogen side, of course, there's two tanks on the core stage, liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen. Both had been topped and gotten into replenish when this leak was detected. Currently, liquid oxygen is topped off and stable in replenish, but the liquid hydrogen is in stop flow at the moment, which will prevent them from proceeding forward with a launch until that leak is remedied. Again, this red crew is inside the area, inside the blast danger area, working inside the mobile launcher, torquing down those nuts that are associated with the replenish valve for the liquid hydrogen side of the core stage. Of course, we'll keep you updated on the operation. In the meantime, I'll send it back to Megan.
Thank you for that update, Daryl. And yes, we are looking forward to your next update as to what happened with the red team out there on the pad. Now, today will be our third opportunity to launch Artemis-1. The launch team called off the first two attempts due to issues while loading propellant into the rocket. The team addressed those issues and planned to try again in September, but then Hurricane Ian made landfall here in Florida as a strong Category 4 storm. Satellite imagery there shows us the storm went right by launch pad 39B. Thankfully, the rocket was safe inside the vehicle assembly building at the time. The team rolled the rocket back to the pad 2 weeks ago, and it stayed there through Hurricane Nicole, which made landfall last week as a Category 1 just south of Kennedy Space Center. Teams inspected everything after the storm and confirmed they were ready to try and launch today. Now, Daryl is one of a team of people helping to bring you today's uncrewed flight test. We have Jasmine Hopkins nearby, also inside with the launch team, who will interview some key players in our return to the moon. We also have Leah Cheshire inside Mission Control at Johnson Space Center. Dan Hewitt with a new tool we're excited to show you. Leo Martin at the Kennedy Space Center Visitor Complex, and finally Brian Cizik with the U.S. Space Force monitoring weather. With 1 hour, 54 minutes until liftoff, how are we looking, Brian?
And you showed we certainly had some interesting weather here in East Central Florida over the last several months, but I'm happy to report we're not looking at any type of satellite imagery like the ones you just showed. Overall, weather is looking quite favorable as we head throughout the countdown and into the launch window. So here's what we're looking at right now, really just one area of concern. That's these upper level clouds that are moving in. So there's a cold front in the Gulf of Mexico right now. That's producing some showers in the Gulf, but those are not expected to get to us by the launch window. But the upper level winds are bringing in some cirrus clouds that are moving in. Now they're high enough and thin enough where they're really not going to be a concern. For it to be a thick cloud layers rule violation, they'd have to be a lot thicker and a little bit lower in the atmosphere in order to hold a charge. So that's what we're looking for in these lightning launch commit criteria, not just natural lightning, but rocket triggered lightning potential, as some of these clouds can hold a charge. A rocket can actually induce a lightning strike in an atmosphere that's not strong enough to produce a natural lightning strike. So that's really what we're watching. But right now, weather is go. These clouds, as I said, are high enough and thin enough where they're really not going to be much of a concern. But we are going to be watching it. My colleagues Melody Lovin, Mark Berger, and the rest of the launch weather team will be watching this very closely as we head closer to T0. So let's take a look at the graphic. The latest briefing, 90% go. Really the only concern being the thick cloud layers rule, and a very small concern for the cumulus cloud rule. But overall, the weather is looking favorable. As I said, right now weather is go. Those clouds are high enough and thin enough where we do not expect them to be a concern. So I'm happy to report a very favorable launch forecast as we head closer to T0. Megan, back to you.
Don't you just love hearing 90%? You know, that's wonderful, especially here.
Yeah, I just thought I'd give you a little bit more information as to how NASA actually decide in terms of cloud and things like that, and weather, and the criteria for launching or not launching. So they won't launch if a flight path is within 3 nautical miles of a thunderstorm debris cloud or for 3 hours, unless temperature, surface, electric field and radar reflectivity criteria can be met. They won't launch if the flight path is within 5 nautical miles of disturbed weather clouds that extended to freezing temperatures. They won't launch through a cloud layer that is within 5 nautical miles greater than 4,500 feet thick and extends into freezing temperatures unless specific criteria related to radar reflectivity and cloud altitudes can be met. Also, they won't launch if a flight passes within 10 nautical miles of cumulus clouds within certain distance and height criteria. There are also additional caveats to be met for clouds not receiving a 23 degrees Fahrenheit. They won't launch through cumulus clouds. Can't say that word. Cumulus clouds formed as the result of directly attached to a smoke plume. Well, there's no problems there, and the other criteria don't meet that at the moment. So yeah, so at the moment they're not too concerned. So as we saw there, a 90% chance. So weather's not going to be an issue by the looks of things. But hopefully they can get this hydrogen leak fixed. Anyway, I had you back to NASA.
But our leadership team, we had a vision to create what we called a multi-user spaceport to become the world's premier government and commercial spaceport. And so that's happened over the last 10 or so years, probably a lot faster than we thought it would. But right, if you would say, you ask us, well, what's the future look like? I'll tell you, we're just getting started.
Right, the future is very bright for us, and this is a really big day for NASA. I mean, Artemis launched, but an even bigger year for Kennedy Space Center, the Diamond Anniversary, our 60th anniversary. Janet, how have we commemorated that big milestone?
Oh, we've had a whole bunch of celebrations all along this year. As you know, Kennedy became a center back in 1962, as you said. We've been celebrating all year long, and I can't think of a better way of culminating our Diamond Anniversary with a launch of the Artemis for the Artemis generation later this evening.
Right, that is so exciting. And what does it mean for both of you to be leading the center at one of our busiest cadences we've ever seen? We've had over 40 launches this year alone. What has that been like?
We're gonna get past 50 tonight, I think. But for me, I'm incredibly honored to be leading this team. It really is all about the team and the workforce. We have such a highly skilled, a highly dedicated, a highly motivated workforce. We have an incredible mission, and we all come together and embrace the challenge and make things happen.
Right.
Yeah, it is a privilege to work here, and it's not about us. Like Janet said, it's about the people.
It really is. It's about this great team. Janet, Kelvin, thank you both so much for being here tonight. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Jasmine. Go Artemis.
Yes, go Artemis.
Go Artemis.
Absolutely. Megan, back to you.
Great to hear from them. So 1 hour and 48 minutes and counting till our 2-hour launch window opens. We heard Dale report out that there is a team at the pad working an issue. So why don't we go back to him now to see if he has an update for us.
Yeah, Megan, now continuing to track the Red Crew's work at the launch pad. This is a specially trained team of 3 individuals, 2 technicians, 1 safety representative who are currently right now inside the mobile launcher at the base of the launch pad. They are doing work on a replenish valve, currently torquing down the bolts in order to remedy a leak in that replenish valve that was detected a little over an hour ago. Now, this is significant because currently with a leak, they have had to go into what's called stop flow on the liquid hydrogen tank of the core stage. Normally, under replenish, they continue to flow liquid hydrogen into the tank as it boils off in order to maintain a level of around 100%, but that has been in stop flow, and so at this moment, we are slowly losing liquid hydrogen in the core stage hydrogen tank. The Red Crew went in and is currently working a little longer than expected on the issue. It was estimated that it would take 15 minutes to do the work, but as we're now finding out, the Red Crew is torquing down the bolts and then backing out of the area and allowing the launch team to cycle the valves to test to see if they've got that leak fixed. So as they do this, we understand they will cycle this work, go in, cycle the valves, torque them down again if it continues to leak, and then back out and test the work. And this may continue until they have it fixed. The red crew going onto the launch pad isn't a totally uncommon occurrence, certainly new with the Artemis program, but work like this was done in previous space programs. The red crew is specially trained for this work. They are accustomed to working around in hazardous operation, especially a fully tanked rocket. Again, we are tracking Red Crew's operation out at the pad. It's expected that this will eat into the launch window, which currently we have liftoff at 1:04 a.m. Eastern Time, but the window runs 2 hours to 3:04 a.m. Eastern Time. Again, monitoring the Red Crew's work. We'll have more updates for you a little later on. For now, back to you, Megan.
Thank you, Daryl. Some quick programming notes. For the first time ever, we are broadcasting a launch in 4K. You can watch it on NASA's YouTube channel or check your local provider to see if you have NASA's UHD channel. The audio of our broadcast is also available on the local amateur VHF and UHF radio frequencies you see at the bottom of your screen. So if you're here along the Space Coast and interested in that, make note of those frequencies now. Or you can watch today's launch with live commentary in Spanish. That broadcast starts at midnight on NASA en Español's YouTube page, which we're showing you now at the bottom of your screen. Now, Kayla, why did NASA choose the name Artemis for our return to the moon?
Well, in Greek mythology, Artemis is the twin sister of Apollo. So it's really a connection back to the Apollo era, the amazing things we did as part of the Apollo program. But we wanted to give a nod to the future. You know,
Sure.
it's a new set of missions. We're with new objectives. So it's a connection to the past with an eye towards what we might do as part of the Artemis generation.
Yeah, let's talk about what those future ambitions might be. I mean, landing the first woman and first person of color on the lunar surface, that is a worthwhile ambition.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think we've come a long way since Apollo in so many ways in the space program, but one of the ways we've evolved is our astronaut corps more closely reflects the nation it represents now.
Sure.
So those crews will be more diverse, and we think those diverse perspectives, not only in our astronaut corps, but our larger team, only make us a stronger one.
Yeah, all right. Well, coming up, we are going to hear from some of the Apollo astronauts and learn more about what we will accomplish for humanity by going back to the moon. We'll meet some of the women shattering glass ceilings to bring Artemis to life, including NASA's first female launch director. We'll also show you the Space Launch System up close and what happens when the cutest group of visitors gets the surprise of a lifetime. Plus, we'll take you around the world to show you how people are marking this historic mission. And Kayla and I will also take your questions live. You can send those our way by using the hashtag Artemis. We already have some questions from some celebrities. I know you're going to love these questions. So you're going to have to keep watching to find out who sent those in. And we also invite you to share your moon-inspired content using the hashtag NASA MoonSnap. Here's a sample of some that's already been sent in. This one's beautiful. The flower in the foreground there, the moon in the background illuminated so beautifully.
Here's an awesome one. It looks like we have an eagle here flying over the moon. Just beautiful. It's been really cool to see all these artistic submissions.
Oh yeah, really creative. And we're going to compile as many as we can and show them later in the broadcast. Now, let's check back in with Daryl. We do like to check in with him as much as possible to see if we can get any updates from the launch team. Go ahead, Daryl.
Yeah, Megan, we just saw the red team give a thumbs up to the camera as they are doing their work out at the launch pad. Currently, they're torquing down some bolts to the specification required in order to try and stop what has been described as an intermittent hydrogen leak in the area. It went above the 1% threshold, and so that is a violation of the has-gas limit in that area. The team continuing to work. As you look at the rocket on the pad, they were called out to the pad about a half hour ago, and they appeared to be making their way, at least have stepped back from the area of work. The way that the workflow has been going is they torque down the bolts, step back a little bit. The launch team then cycles the valves to check to see if the leak is still there, and then they come back in, and this has happened a couple of times, and start torquing the bolts again. The rocket was nearly fully tanked. The core stage was in replenish for both hydrogen and oxygen. The upper stage had nearly been finished when the leak was detected, and the countdown, though it is continuing, the rocket, the leak had to be addressed in order for the launch to proceed. The replenish puts the hydrogen back into the tank after it boils off, and so currently we're in a stop flow which no longer allows a replenishment of the hydrogen tank, and that would not allow us to have a launch without those tanks being in total replenish, and also in a vented configuration, which has also been put on hold. I'm sorry, not a vented configuration, but rather an engine bleed has been stopped. And so that would need to continue as well in order to get the engines conditioned for launch. That's the latest here from Firing Room 1 at the Launch Control Center. Megan, we'll send it back to you.
Thank you, Daryl. 1 hour, 41 minutes until, again, the planned start of the 2-hour launch window. Right now, let's head over to the Apollo Saturn V Center at Kennedy Space Center's Visitor Complex, where NASA's Dan Hewitt is just inside in front of a Saturn V rocket, which is the only vehicle to date to carry humans beyond low Earth orbit. He's going to show us what he has behind us there, the moon board. It's an interactive tool.
Yeah, thanks, Megan, and welcome everybody. We're in the Saturn V Center, fitting that the rocket that carried astronauts to the moon of Apollo is just over our shoulder as we meet the rocket that's going to do it with the next generation under Artemis. So SLS, the Space Launch System, is out on the pad right now. It's on the mobile launcher. Before we jump into that, just to give you some perspective, so that valve that Daryl's been talking about is in the base section of this mobile launcher down here. That's different from the areas we were focused on in August and September in these 33-foot tall tail service mast umbilicals that are delivering the hydrogen and oxygen to the core stage of SLS. But let's jump right in. A couple of key components to SLS. We're going to start here on the sides with the solid rocket boosters. If they look familiar, they're derived from those that flew the space shuttle. In fact, some of the segments of these boosters today were flown on previous space shuttle missions. We call them solids because of the type of propellant inside. If you were able to look in, you would see a mix of ammonium perchlorate, aluminum powder, and a binding agent called polybutadiene acrylonitrile. That's your expert vocabulary word for the day. Now, as these are firing, they're providing more than 90% of the steering and 75% of the thrust as SLS makes its way uphill. And those are attached to the core stage, 212 feet tall, 5 major sections. We're going to start at the fun part down here on the bottom. 4 RS-25 engines, again, derived from those that flew the space shuttle. In addition, we have this core engine section here where we have all of their necessary plumbing, also the connection points where we're feeding the propellants into the core stage itself. And as these are firing, each one providing up to 500,000 pounds of thrust during operation, consuming 1,500 gallons of propellant every second as they go uphill. Now, these are liquid rocket engines, which means you need a fuel, about 500,000 gallons of liquid hydrogen, and an oxidizer, about 200,000 of liquid oxygen up here. That hydrogen gets fed through feed lines down at the bottom of the tank here. The oxygen coming from these 2 feed lines you see running down out of this, the intertank section. The intertank also has the upper attachment points for the solid rocket boosters. The bottom attaches down here at the engine block. Now all the way up top we have the forward skirt. It's where you have your core avionics, your brains for flying SLS, as well as connections to the mobile launcher and some antennas. And if we zoom in, why does it look all bumpy? We have a spray-on insulation on the core stage. These propellants are stored at cryogenic temperatures, hundreds of degrees below 0 Fahrenheit. And so we have to try and keep them as cold as possible. Now, underneath this upper skirt, we have the second stage, the Interim Cryogenic Propulsion Stage, or ICPS. This is a modified upper stage from the Delta IV family of rockets from United Launch Alliance. Single RL-10B-2 engine, also propelled by liquid hydrogen, liquid oxygen. This is used for our in-space propulsion maneuvers, critically that translunar injection, which is going to give us the energy to go beyond low Earth orbit and head out to the moon. Altogether, that's the Space Launch System. It's going to be making its first flight, hopefully today. It's going to be a heck of a show. Let's get back to the countdown. I'll send it over to you, Megan.
Thanks, Dan. 1 hour, 37 minutes and counting until our 2-hour launch window opens tonight. The Space Launch System rocket and Orion spacecraft together, standing just taller than the Statue of Liberty at Launch Pad 39B. It's the culmination of years of development and thousands of tests. Here's a look at its path to the pad.
The Space Launch System is really the backbone of the Artemis missions. It's the truck. It's the big carry vehicle.
It allows us to carry both crew as well as the equipment that we need to live and work on the moon.
60 years ago, NASA was in a race to get to the moon. This time is more than just a race. It's about establishing a long-term presence.
Can you imagine rolling the Statue of Liberty out to put at the pad? That's what we're doing.
It will lift up from Earth with more power than the Saturn V, which was the first vehicle to take us to the moon.
Artemis is our next giant leap.
The difference between the Apollo program and the Artemis program is really the focus on sustainability and using the moon as an outpost for further exploration.
This time, we're going back to learn how to live and work on the moon.
The Space Launch System really is the culmination of our knowledge for 60 years of building rockets.
We started by looking at over 1,700 different potential components that would go into the rocket, and by looking at the way we could reuse some of the most reliable equipment that was flown on the shuttle.
We took those and we put them together into a system that had enough energy to make sense to do the mission that we've been asked to do.
We're moving from low Earth orbit, like you see in the International Space Station today, to moving beyond that, to taking the next step in exploration.
It's 322 feet tall. It's got 700,000 gallons of cryogenic propellant in the core stage alone. It can produce 8.8 million pounds of vacuum thrust. The Space Launch System is really a national rocket, a national asset too.
We have worked with contractors as well as with our NASA experts, our science and engineering department, our safety and mission assurance team.
To get the Space Launch System designed, developed, and produced, it has taken thousands of companies across the country.
It comes together by train, it comes together by plane, it comes together by barges.
So all of that culminates at the Kennedy Space Center for the launch of the first Artemis mission.
Everybody has worked together to ensure that we have a safe and reliable rocket.
At NASA, safety...
I'm just muting that part, guys, because I'm just fearful of the music copyright claims. So I'm just going to pause that part of it for now. So we have had some news from the non-live commentary stream, and reliably informed from a good friend of mine, that Kevin Conrad, that we were talking about that possibly the bolts that were holding down the leaking valve were loose. So to me, that's kind of good news. It means that they've solved actually solved the problem, providing they don't come loose for some reason. So hopefully that's fixed it. The red team are coming away from the launch pad now and heading back to safety. So hopefully that will have fixed the problem. So we should hear something very shortly. I'll leave you back now.
NASA's Leah Cheshire.
Thanks, Megan, and welcome to Mission Control Houston, home of the red, white, and blue flight control rooms. But today we're in the white flight control room, which is just across the hall from where you usually see us in the International Space Station flight control room, like this morning when we conducted a spacewalk outside the space station. Now, this white flight control room has been used before during some space station missions, plus commanding Boeing's Starliner. Previously, this room was used for space shuttle missions and was renovated in 2014 to support our use with the Artemis program. Today's flight director is Judd Freeling, a flight director of 11 years who will lead the team through the ascent portion of the mission. After Freeling's shift today, flight director Rick LeBrode will lead the team through the rest of the mission all the way to entry and splashdown when Freeling will step in again. Other console members will be monitoring the various systems on Orion like propulsion, solar arrays, and trajectory, and they arrived on console about 5 hours ago. And you might also be surprised to learn that there is indeed a Capcom or capsule communicator on console today as well. While there are no crew on board, Jay Marshke and other capsule communicators will be training throughout the mission in preparation for Artemis 2 and beyond. The Capcom is the single person in the room who speaks with the crew, gathering info from mission control team and keeping streamlined communication with the astronauts in space. We're counting down to liftoff when teams here will really jump into action and monitor the first Artemis flight, sending Orion further than any crew-rated spacecraft has gone before. But for now, Megan and Kayla will send it back to you at Kennedy Space Center to keep walking us through the events of the day.
Well, you just heard Leah remind us that no one is inside Orion today. Again, it's because Artemis-1 is a flight test to prove we can safely return crew from lunar orbit on Artemis 2. And when we launch the first crewed mission, NASA has a very diverse and talented core to choose from, including Kayla here. We're looking at video now of some of your friends who got to go to the pad. That looks fun.
Yeah, it's always so exciting to see the rocket on the pad because you know you're getting close to launch. So we're all just really excited to see how this test goes today.
I wish I could have gone out there with them. You and me, what happened? We didn't get our invite. And I thought this was fun too. Some of your friends also got to fly over the pad in T-38s. Here's video of that now, incredible video. So these flyovers were common during shuttle, right?
Yeah, and we still try to do them whenever we can. We actually use the T-38 jet as a training platform. It's a chance for us to practice making real-world decisions in a high-risk environment, practice working as a team, and a good analog for spaceflight.
Okay.
But we also like to fly by the pad when we can, when we have a rocket out there. It's a way of saluting and thanking the team for all the work it took to get to this moment.
That's great. Yeah, a worthwhile thing to do because, yes, the team has worked so hard to get to this moment. And you spoke about training. Has training already started for Artemis 2 for you guys?
We've been developing the training, but the crews aren't assigned yet, so they're not in dedicated training flows yet. But our team at Johnson Space Center, where we train for human spaceflight, are working on all of the things that we're going to need to teach the crew and the best ways to go about that. Once we get that crew assigned, they'll be straight into training right up until launch day.
Awesome. Cool, cool, cool. All right, I can't wait to hear who gets assigned. And the absence of crew today doesn't mean Orion is empty. There are plenty of other interesting things flying on Artemis-1, including several technology demonstrations and science investigations we're going to show you throughout the broadcast. There are also some mementos like these seeds that we have right here, right, Kayla?
Yeah, we have an example of the moon seeds that will be flying as part of this mission today. And the idea actually comes from an Apollo 14 astronaut, Stuart Roosa, who flew seeds with him to the moon, hundreds of them, and then brought them back to Earth. And then they were planted all over the country and the world, and they're called moon trees. And so we're kind of carrying on with that idea on Orion for this launch.
Yeah, I love that. And the seeds that are flying on Artemis-1, it's going to come back and they're going to distribute it to a number of organizations through NASA's STEM program. So it's really a neat idea. And so these moon seeds are part of what's inside Artemis-1's official flight kit, along with more than 10,000 other mementos, like this Apollo 8 commemorative medal you see here, a nod to 1968 when humans first orbited the moon, and a bolt from Apollo 11, 1969, when humans first landed on the moon. Those items are on loan to us from the National Air and Space Museum, and once back on Earth, will be exhibited there, so you can check them out. There are also a variety of flags, pins, and patches like these Artemis-1 patches that will be distributed to people who contributed to this flight. Now, NASA spacecraft, both crewed and uncrewed, have carried mementos like these since the 1960s. Astronauts are also allowed their own personal flight kits. So I was wondering, what did you bring with you for your Crew 3 mission?
I actually brought a couple of examples to show you. The moon seeds inspired me to share that I actually brought some vegetable seeds with me.
Awesome.
So these are kind of fun. They're dragon themed. So I got dragon carrots and dragon beans since I went up on a SpaceX Crew Dragon vehicle.
Sure.
And then of course, I think the most important, meaningful thing to all of us is usually pictures of our family and friends. So have like a picture
family.
of me and my family at my sister's wedding. Friends backpacking in Alberta, Canada, and then my in-laws.
Right side up.
together on a family vacation. And I also brought some flags, some American flags, and then United States Navy flags, since I'm a naval officer. So things like that, I think it's just so human to want to bring stuff with you, right? Souvenirs, who doesn't love that?
Yeah, absolutely.
But I think for most of us, pictures of our family and friends, things that connect us back home, are the most important.
Yeah, 6 months might not sound like a long time for people, but it is, right? Wouldn't you say? And you're also so far, it's nice to have those tangible things that remind you of home.
Absolutely. Yeah, really important for us.
Cool. Thank you for bringing those. It was really fun to look at. All right, 1 hour, 27 minutes and counting until launch. And we have our first questions from social media. So let's take a look at the clip here. Kayla, you're going to notice a familiar, handsome face.
Hey there, I'm Chris Evans, and I play Buzz Lightyear in Pixar's Lightyear movie. I was wondering, when we fly future Artemis missions with astronauts, how many people can fly on board the Orion capsule at once?
My nephew's probably asleep, but he's a big Buzz Lightyear fan, so he's probably going to enjoy watching that question tomorrow. But we can get 4 astronauts in the Orion space capsule. It's a little bit bigger than the Apollo capsule, about 30% more habitable volume. And so instead of supporting 3 crew for about 2 weeks, Orion can support 4 crew for about 21 days.
Okay, good first question. Let's take a second question now. Can a microbiologist be an astronaut?
Absolutely, and we already have microbiologists who are astronauts, like my training classmate, Zena Cardman. So yeah, we hire people from all sorts of different backgrounds. All you have to do is have a STEM degree. Beyond that, you can come from any pathway. So some of us are military astronauts like me, either aviation or I'm a submariner, but we have a ton of people from different scientific and engineering communities, including microbiologists.
Yeah, I love that it's so diverse, because I think diversity really adds to what you guys can do.
Yeah, and those unique perspectives, I think, make us stronger as a team whenever we're tackling a new problem. Having people with different, not only academic backgrounds, but all of these scientists, a lot of them have different field experience. So like Zena worked in some really extreme environments in Antarctica, in caves, doing a lot of her research. So it's not that different than what we're hoping to do at the South Pole of the moon. So these perspectives are really important for us to form the best team that we can.
Yeah, that's interesting. All right, I think we have time for one more question, so why don't we pull one up? What is the coolest part about Artemis to you?
I mean, I think I can't even quite get my head around how it might feel for the crew to orbit the moon on Artemis 2 and see it up close. And then, of course, on Artemis 3 to actually land on the moon and conduct a moonwalk. It's just going to be incredible to have that view back of our home planet. And so just the thought of sending human beings back to the moon, it's just super exciting for all of us.
I honestly didn't know how you're going to answer that, because there is so many things to look forward to pinpoint, the thing that you're most excited about. I thought that was going to be a hard question, actually. All right, so great questions. Keep them coming using hashtag Artemis wherever you're watching this broadcast, and keep sending those moon-inspired content too. Again, that's hashtag NASA MoonSnap, and we're going to show some of them later in the broadcast. Okay, 1 hour, 24 minutes and counting until hopefully liftoff of Artemis 1, and it's time for another update with NASA's Daryl Nail, who's with the launch team as they were monitoring a leak.
Yeah, that's right, Megan. We're inside the firing room number 1 here at the Launch Control Center at the Kennedy Space Center. And currently we have an update on that red crew, which went out to the pad to torque down some bolts on a leaky hydrogen replenish valve for the core stage. And that update is that the red crew has departed the blast danger area. They have completed their work. They got the go at 10 p.m. this evening, 10 p.m. Eastern Time, to go out and conduct work that took roughly an hour from the time they were given the go till the time they left the blast danger area. The technicians, 2 technicians and 1 safety representative, did the work out at the pad on the replenish valve. And now that they are on their way back, the team is now examining the work and whether or not that leak is still there. What we do know is, you may have heard me mention that this put the liquid hydrogen tank into stop flow, and as a result also stopped a required 90-minute engine bleed for the liquid hydrogen side. Teams have come to the conclusion that only a 45-minute bleed is required at this point. They can resume the bleed at the point that they left off, and it'll be enough to meet that requirement for launch. You're looking now at a graphic where we're tracking the core stage fill rate. We did this earlier this evening. Took about 4 hours and 20 minutes to fill the core stage. You can see on the left that the core stage liquid oxygen is at 100%. That's the same for the upper stage, and both are in stable replenish. As you can look to the right, though, you can see that we're at 97% for liquid hydrogen. The reason for that is because when we went into stop flow, that means that the replenish was no longer refilling the tank, and that liquid hydrogen was boiling off and draining some of the capacity out of that particular tank. So we've lost some liquid hydrogen. The plan is to resume, of course, the filling of liquid hydrogen, which goes into that into the liquid hydrogen tank on the core stage and then vents out on that flare stack that you see to the right, where excess hydrogen is burned off. That's the latest here from Fire Room 1. Megan, we'll send it back to you.
Thank you, Daryl. All right, let's go back inside our Apollo Saturn V Center now with NASA's Dan Hewitt. We last sent humans to the moon using the rocket behind you. Can you show us how we're going back now with Artemis?
Absolutely. Thanks, Megan. So Artemis1 is going to take us from planet Earth around the moon and all the way back, and I'm going to show you every step of the way. Like every great space mission, it starts with a launch. In this case, 4 RS-25 engines, 2 solid rocket boosters ignite, sending SLS and Orion into the sky. On the way uphill, we'll have a number of jettison events, things coming off the rocket. One of the most visible, these 2 large solid rocket boosters a little over 2 minutes into flight will break away. We'll also have the launch abort system come off once we're high enough, and then 3 fairings, which are protecting Orion's capsule and service module during the flight through the thicker parts of the atmosphere. Now, after the core stage has consumed its propellants, we'll hear MECO, main engine cutoff. Those 4 engines will cut off, the core stage will drop away, handing over propulsion duties to this, the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. Its first job is a perigee raise maneuver. Perigee just means the lowest point of your orbit. This will give us a nice circular path for Orion around our planet. While it's there, we can really check the spacecraft out, make sure everything from electrical systems, guidance, navigation, and control, communications are all functioning before we commit it to heading to the moon. And we do that with this, the translunar injection. This will be about an 18-minute firing on today's timeline, and this is done to give us enough energy to get out of low Earth orbit and make our way to the moon. Shortly after that, the ICPS will separate. It'll do a disposal burn, sending it around the moon and into an orbit around the sun. But from there on out, propulsion duties get handed over to the European service module. It's going to make a couple of outbound trajectory correction burns on the way out, critically testing that orbital maneuvering system engine, that large one on the very bottom that's going to be needed when we start making our maneuvers around the moon to get into what's known as distant retrograde orbit, or DRO. To do that, we're going to do the outbound powered flyby, dipping in about 70 or 80 miles off the lunar surface, really pushing with that large engine. That's going to slingshot us around. We're going to do a final orbit insertion maneuver, and then we will be in DRO, distant retrograde orbit, this dotted line right here. Distant, we're about 40,000 miles off the lunar surface, and retrograde, because the moon orbits the Earth in a counterclockwise fashion, we're going to be going clockwise, opposite retrograde. It's a very stable orbit, doesn't require a lot of energy to maintain your space there, really lets us put Orion through the paces, learn about using this spacecraft in deep space. But eventually it'll be time to come home. We'll fire up the engines once more, do a departure burn. This is what commits us from departing the moon and heading back home. We'll dip in close to the surface once more for the return powered flyby and execute correction burns on the return transit as we target a splashdown in the Pacific Ocean. Before that happens, the spacecraft separate. The European service module's job is done. It drops away to burn up, revealing the heat shield. This is goal number 1 for this flight, is testing that heat shield at lunar return velocities, because when we hit the upper atmosphere, we're going to be moving more than 20,000 miles an hour, heating that up to more than 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So really need to make sure that that can withstand that heat of reentry. After it makes it through, parachutes deploy, Orion splashes down in the Pacific, a Navy ship and other recovery assets are standing by to pick it up out of the water and bring an end to the first mission in the Artemis program. So that's all still going to unfold. It all starts with launch today, though, so let's get back to the countdown. Over to you, Megan.
Our return to the moon would not be possible without our partners across the country and the world. So joining us now is Frank Davina, head of ESA's European Astronaut Center. Good evening to you.
Good evening.
Well, so I want to ask you, talk to me about Airbus and how that company and ESA contributed to the Orion spacecraft.
Well, Airbus is of course the lead manufacturer and integrator of the service module of our Orion capsule, and that will fly to the moon. So this is a very important part, of course, because without the service module, it's clear that we would not get to the moon or would not be able to return from it. So it's a very important partner for ESA, but there are industries across Europe, not only Airbus, but across Europe, that are contributing to the service module in Italy, in France, Belgium. Really, it's a really European project.
Yeah.
Frank, we've been close partners, NASA and the European Space Agency, for decades now, and partnering on things like the space station, scientific exploration, and of course commercial crew missions. Matthias Maurer, ESA astronaut extraordinaire, was on my crew, Crew 3. Can you tell us a little bit more about what makes these partnerships so important?
Well, it's important, these partnerships, because we want to do sustainable exploration of the moon. We want to explore space on a sustainable way. And I think partnerships in that sense are essential. One nation alone, could they do it? The US maybe, yes. Europe certainly could not participate to a lunar program by themselves or could not do it by themselves. But I think if we do it as a partnership, we can go a lot further, we can do a lot more. We can leverage technologies, we can leverage talent in all these countries across the globe that can really push the partnership forward.
So looking ahead to future Artemis missions, we're going to have ESA astronauts on board those. Have you guys begun preparing for that training, anything like that?
We have actually started preparing already for lunar missions, surface missions. We have a program called Pangaea in ESA, which is basically, there are NASA astronauts participating in those trainings. Stephanie was just over with us just 1 week ago, doing field trips, and we are actually starting to prepare to see also which technologies do we need to use that we can at the best possible way do science on the moon, because of course we just do not go there to walk around or do two things. We want to do real science, we want to do discoveries, we want to live there for a sustainable way. So which technologies do we need? And that we are actually starting already in the European Astronaut Center. We actually started already more than 5 years ago developing this training program. So yes, we are involved again together with our NASA colleagues and colleagues from the international partners to start preparing crew to really do sustainable surface exploration of the moon.
Yeah. And you guys are doing more than just crew, right? You guys are contributing to the Artemis programs in other ways?
We are contributing to the Artemis program in many ways. Of course, the service module that we will see launching here hopefully today is the biggest part today. But we are looking into a lot of other capabilities. First of all, there is the gateway. That will be a real element to enable the sustainable exploration of the moon. We have the communication system on the gateway, we have the IHAP, the habitation module, we have Esprit, which is a refueling module, which is essential if you want to sustain the gateway there for a longer period of time. Of course, you need to be able to refuel the system. So these are essential elements, again, that ESA is providing. We're also providing small technology experiments, radiation, for example, will be very important. We are looking in crew exercise device for the gateway. We are looking into medical systems. So these are also small components, but for the crew that are very important because we need to keep the crew healthy there, of course.
You're a great partner. You have so much that you're contributing. We really appreciate it.
We have a lot that we can contribute. And,
Thank you.
And of course in this ministerial, because we have now our ministerial conference coming up next week, where the big decisions are going to be made for the next decade. And there we will propose a European lander that will bring logistics to the moon, And this logistics capability that will be a big part of the integrated Artemis program will allow us to have European astronauts actually walking on the moon. So that is really interesting for us.
Wow, Frank, thank you so much, and we continue to look forward to the contributions that we can make together with this partnership. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me, and good morning to the viewers in Europe.
Thank you so much. All right, and speaking of viewers, we have a ton of people out here on along the space coast of Florida watching today's launch. So let's head on over to NASA's Leah Martin. She's over at the Visitor Center with a whole bunch of excited people.
Oh my goodness, Megan. You know, this normally is a time of night that people are winding down and getting ready for bed, but there is not a single person here who has sleep on their mind. Everybody is so excited, on the edge of their seat, trading stories, talking about previous launches and being excited for this one. And I'm actually joined here by 3 women who are thrilled to come out and watch tonight's launch. What does it mean to be out here and see this historic launch tonight?
It's an amazing moment. I grew up on the Space Coast watching launches, and so to be out here tonight, it's incredible. It's an amazing feeling to be out with all of these people celebrating, and we're super excited to be here.
And Isabel, I know that you said that you have been having your eyes on this launch. You've been watching on the previous attempts. What does it mean for you to be here tonight?
Well, yeah, this is our 3rd attempt here. We were here for the 1st and 2nd here at Banana Creek, so we're really excited. The energy out here is electrifying, and we can't wait to see this thing go off.
Now, this is the first of a series of missions that are becoming increasingly more complex. What are you most excited about for the Artemis missions?
Leah, I am so excited to be here. I just feel so honored because, as you know, this isn't just a momentous launch for humanity as a whole. It's so important for gender and cultural minorities across the globe because Artemis is landing the first woman and the first person of color on the surface of the moon. This is this generation's Apollo. And so all of the people who didn't have the opportunity to live through Apollo and be inspired by that have the opportunity today to witness it. And I'm just so grateful to be here. I can't wait to see the positive impact.
One more question. This is going to be something that you guys, I'm sure, will remember for your entire lives. How are you marking this? Do you have any special plans of capturing these memories and being able to pass them on to people in your life?
Well, my son is growing up here. I didn't grow up here, and so he's going to grow up here on the Space Coast, and I just can't wait for him to just grow up with the Artemis missions.
Well, Megan, we're out here. We have our eye to the sky, and we can't wait to see it go. Back to you.
Really great interviews, and wow, I saw that drone shot that we had showing all of the bleachers filled with people there to watch the launch. That was incredible. If you're just joining us, welcome to NASA's live launch coverage of Artemis-1, our return to the moon in almost 50 years. I'm NASA's Megan Cruz, and this is NASA astronaut Kayla Barron, who flew on NASA's SpaceX Crew 3 mission and returned home earlier this year after living and working on the International Space Station for about 6 months. I gotta ask you, how was that experience?
It was incredible. We had such an amazing time up there. The Expedition 66 crew was awesome. I've been saying since I got back that we're the happiest crew in the history of the space station, and nobody's been able to really challenge me on that yet.
You guys look very happy in that photo.
Oh man, we were just like a family up there executing an incredible mission. Some amazing science experiments. We got to do 3 spacewalks. It was just, you couldn't have planned a perfect first mission for me, Matthias, and Raja, and of course our veterans up there, Mark and
Tom. Good evening. Welcome to M2M for those that have just joined us, and welcome to this live broadcast of the Artemis-1 mission. If you have only just joined us, Artemis discovered a leak, liquid hydrogen leak, at a replenishment valve on the launch pad. They sent a red team out there, or a specialist team, who are trained to work near rockets that are fully fueled, to fix or tighten down bolts on this replenishment valve. They've completed that work. They are now out of the danger area. All the safety crews are heading out of that danger area now as well. And the ground crews are currently looking at this leak to see whether it's still present. And we should hear about that hopefully shortly. And hopefully this won't affect the launch too much. I suspect the launch time will be pushed back by 30 minutes or more, or who knows, 40 minutes. There is a 2-hour launch window. From starting at 1:04 Eastern, or 6:04 GMT. So we still have that. There are also some various holds to carry on as well, which needs to be added to that time clock that you see on the screen there as well. So we have that as well. So fingers crossed, the problem with the leak, it has been fixed, and we should hopefully go ahead with the launch today with any luck. So keep your fingers crossed. Enjoy the stream.
International Space Station after a crewed flight test next year. In July, we released the first images captured by our James Webb Space Telescope, and wow, they are magnificent. Pictures like these could help us answer some of astronomy's biggest questions about how our universe began. And then in September, we intentionally slammed the DART spacecraft into asteroid Dimorphos and successfully changed its course. The asteroid wasn't headed for Earth, that's important to say, but the test was to show that we could defend our planet if needed. And recently, 2 other missions that benefit the Artemis program. Last week, we tested a new inflatable heat shield that could help us eventually land humans on Mars. And just 2 days ago, Capstone arrived at its intended orbit around the moon. The small satellite launched from New Zealand in June and will now test the unique lunar orbit for a future space station there. You heard us talk about a gateway. Now, Kayla, what do you think about all that NASA is accomplishing?
I mean, those are all just amazing examples of why it's such a cool time to be part of human spaceflight and the larger space program. We're learning so much, not only about our home planet, but our galaxy and the universe. Like those James Webb images just capture my imagination every time they release a new set.
Yes.
And so it's, we have a lot going on and a lot to be excited about right now.
I hope people are following along for it because it is truly great, and we want people to share along with that. So, all right, 1 hour, 6 minutes and counting from liftoff of Artemis-1. Let's head back to the Launch Control Center with Daryl Nail.
Yeah, thanks, Megan. And so we get an update for you now. The Red crew, of course, completed its work on torquing down the bolts for that replenish valve on the core stage hydrogen side. And now we are back in replenish for core stage hydrogen, which is good news. The team now looking to work on that upper stage, and we understand for the update to the NASA test director, they just informed the NTD that they can start getting back the flow on the upper stage as well. It went into a stop flow roughly around 10 p.m. Eastern time after a leak was detected. You can see the core stage status there. Liquid oxygen side is in stable replenish, both for the core stage and the upper stage of the rocket. Over on the right side, you can see we've lost some hydrogen since going into a stop flow that allowed some liquid hydrogen to boil off during about an hour or so while a red crew was sent out to the launch pad to make repairs. Now, the hydrogen bleed for the engines was reestablished, and it looks like the team is back on track to recover that after a stop flow halted the bleed. They are required to bleed that liquid hydrogen through the RS-25 engines for 90 minutes, but they're picking up where they left off, and that appears to be on track. In the meantime, we've had an update from the range, and the range has informed the NASA test director that currently at the moment, if we were to launch now, they are no-go due to the loss of signal on a radar site. That's currently being worked right now. Again, the range advising the NASA test director that they are no-go. The range is not clear for launch until they remedy that issue on their radar site. And so we're also tracking that. In the meantime, we started this at 3:23 p.m. Eastern Time. Got the core stage tanked in about 4 hours and 23 minutes, and now looking to get everything back on track to try to make that launch window at 1:04 a.m. Eastern Time, which has a 2-hour window associated with it, all the way to 3 a.m. Eastern Time. That's the latest from the firing room. Megan, back to you.
Thank you, Daryl. Now, there may not be astronauts aboard the Orion spacecraft for this flight test, but there are some passengers there with very important missions.
Inside the Orion spacecraft, as we fly around the moon, we have some cool experiments going on to help us understand what the environment is like.
Although there's no humans aboard Artemis-1, we do have a few special passengers aboard that will help us pave the way for future Artemis missions.
So there's basically 3 occupants riding. You can kind of think about it like 3 astronauts. We have a moonikin. We will also have 2 torsos that are learning about the moon and learning about the environment for our astronauts before they go.
We have a mannequin on Artemis-1. We call him our moonikin for short.
That moonikin is called Commander Moonikin Campos.
The name is actually in homage to Arturo Campos,
who was an important person who helped bring the Apollo 13 capsule home. The moonikin will sit in the commander's seat, and it will wear a suit just like our astronauts will wear.
Moonikin Campos is actually weighted to simulate an actual human aboard the Orion spacecraft.
So it will help us understand what our astronauts will experience as they go to the moon and home.
The Orion Crew Survival System suit and the Orion seat were designed simultaneously to fit together as a seamless package. The actual design of the suit was built into the Orion seat such that when they're in the suit, in the seat, it is a true cocoon of protection for them. During this test flight, the seat will actually be instrumented with accelerometers.
Sensors that tell us how much the chair is shaking during launch and re-entry and how many G-forces or gravitational forces it experiences.
We expect Commander Moonikin Campos to have a very exciting ride on his way to orbit. The thrill of launch, the experience of weightlessness, the excitement of landing. What we learn on Artemis-1 with our mannequins assistants will help us better understand how a human will actually behave in the seat, both for landing and for launch to allow us to ensure their safety.
In addition to the moonikin, we'll have 2 seats that have basically what's like a human dummy, an upper torso that are detecting how much radiation they're experiencing.
It's called the Matryoshka Astrorad Radiation Experiment, MARE. MARE is an international collaboration with German Aerospace Center, DLR, and with Israel Space Agency. The MARE experiment consists of 2 anthropomorphic phantoms called Helga and Zohar that are simulating a female body in a space radiation environment.
One of those will be wearing a safety vest,
the Astrorad radiation vest,
that we hope will help protect our astronauts from radiation.
Each one of the 2 phantoms will be equipped with about 20 battery-operated radiation instruments.
So between the 2, we'll be able to determine how well we can protect our astronauts from radiation events.
Space radiation is a mix of high-energy, heavy-charged particles that originate from the sun. To put things in perspective, 1 year of Earth exposure to cosmic rays is equivalent with 1 day of space radiation exposure in deep space. The purpose of the MARE experiment is to learn more about the radiation exposure as well as the biological effects of different organs.
So basically, it's like we have 3 occupants inside Orion that are learning about the moon and learning about the environment for our astronauts before they go.
Going back to the moon with new exploration goals and new technologies will help us gain better understanding of the challenges we encounter with deep space exploration.
We will have to develop new technology and solutions to meet really difficult challenges, but that's what NASA does.
Okay, as you probably heard a little while ago there was an update regarding the fixing of the LH2 leak, or the liquid hydrogen leak. They are now restarting the tanking, and hopefully that has fixed the problem. It's unknown exactly when launch will be now. We're 100% sure there are issues with radar, I believe, and the range. So there's a no-go for that at the moment. But we don't know at this stage when the launch will actually be. I suspect it would be delayed, but I don't expect it's going to be a big delay. Hopefully, at least within the hour of the previous, because we do have a 2-hour launch window. There are some scheduled holds coming up shortly. So we have those to deal with as well. So we probably will know at that stage what the revised launch is likely to be during the launch window. Bearing in mind, during the 2-hour launch window, there are still certain points where we're not able to launch due to satellites and orbital debris, etc. as well. So but we'll hopefully find out that soon enough. So look, I'll update you as soon as I know more.
Feeling about this day. Snoopy is going farther in space than he's ever been before.
This is a day that we've all been waiting for. It's fantastic.
And we snapped this picture of Snoopy and Orion. He's comfortable and ready for his journey to the moon. Lucky for us that Snoopy has this twin that's staying here on Earth. That way we can take a closer look at how cute he is. And this orange suit, I mean, it is amazing. It's actually the same material that would be worn by Artemis astronauts, right?
Yeah, you know, the suits we'll be wearing in Artemis ultimately are an update of the suits that the shuttle crews wore. They're this iconic orange color. And we've updated them, though, with new technologies and also new crew capabilities so that they can best protect the crew in our return to the moon. I actually got to work with that suit team before my assignment. That's cool. And so the suit's kind of near and dear to my heart.
Yeah, I think we have a picture of you wearing the suit as part of when you were helping to design it, right?
Yeah, so I was our representation from the crew office, from the astronaut office, to the engineering team that's working on putting this suit together. So I got the chance to wear it for some of the early testing, and it is an amazing suit, and it'll protect us while we're in the vehicle.
Cool. So what was your zero-G indicator?
Yeah, like the video mentioned, we always choose stuffed animals. So we actually had a turtle. We named her Pfau, which is German for peacock. And we chose that because Raj and I are from the turtle training class. So we thought it would be fun to have a sea turtle as our zero-G indicator. But we wanted to have a nod to Matthias, who is a German astronaut, so that's what we gave her a German name, and Tom, who's from the peacock class. So she's peacock colored, and it kind of worked for everybody.
I was about to ask, I was like, wait, why is it German for peacock, but it's a turtle?
Yeah, exactly.
Now I get
it. It was, diplomacy, crew diplomacy
Now
move.
I get it. So we had turtle, we have Snoopy here. Why is it always toys?
I think the tradition goes back to crews taking stuffed animals from their children and sometimes flying the stuffed animals of their kids. That still happens to this day when a crew selects a zero-G indicator, but they're convenient because they're nice and soft. So if you're going to allow something to bounce around in the capsule, you want to make sure that it won't hurt the crew or any of the equipment.
And they're cute. I mean,
yeah.
come on.
Who doesn't want a mascot?
Makes you smile, yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, NASA's workforce has changed over the last 50 years. For Artemis-1 today, women make up 30% of the launch team. But when we first stepped on the moon with Apollo 11 in 1969, take a look at this picture here. You see this woman highlighted near the center there? That's going to be Joanne Morgan, and she was the only woman in the firing room. She now has a special message for the Artemis generation.
Hello, I'm Joanne Morgan, and I am so excited for Artemis-1. This flight test will bring new knowledge to people on Earth, and I'm thrilled to see such a diverse team at the LCC making it happen. Firing Room 1 is a different sight today than when I was on console for Apollo 11. I was totally focused on doing my job and never thought about being the only woman in the room. Today, women at NASA are center directors and launch and flight directors and have substantial roles in engineering, science, and technical areas. This is so important for a new generation, the Artemis generation, to see how individuals are leaders and contributors to the mission, and for youth across America and the planet to see this as well. After 50 years, it is gratifying to see this change, and I can't wait to see what you all accomplish together. New century, new generation, new mission to the moon and beyond. Godspeed, Artemis team and Artemis-1.
I think it's so great that we know she's following along and interested in this mission too.
Yeah, it's so awesome to see the women who have come before us at NASA and paved the way for a much more diverse team to contribute to these amazing missions.
Yeah, and speaking of women breaking the mold, before serving as a NASA astronaut, I know you were a naval officer and a member of the first class of women commissioned to the submarine community. How amazing is that? I mean, what would you say as you look at these pictures? What would you say to women, young girls who might be thinking, hey, I might want to join a predominantly male field?
Yeah, you know, I was just really lucky to be in the right place at the right time. I was a senior at the Naval Academy when they announced that they were going to change the policy and allow us to serve aboard submarines. But even before that change happened, I knew that I was passionate about serving in that role and I was dreaming about it. So I think allowing yourself to really examine what your passions are and be brave enough to dream that you could actually do those things. I had awesome mentors who encouraged me along the way and told me never close a door on yourself. You know, you always want to put yourself in the roles you're most passionate about, especially if you're going to challenge yourself. Doing something you love that's hard is so much better than doing something that you're not as well suited to. So I was just lucky I had some awesome leaders in my life who encouraged me to be brave enough to dream so that when those opportunities presented themselves, I was ready to take them on.
Yeah, no, that's great. Having mentors is always so important because, yes, sometimes you don't know what path to take, especially if you're blazing your own. So it's always so nice to have somebody to talk through some of that.
Absolutely.
So. 52 minutes until the opening of the 2-hour window for Artemis-1 today. Once it soars off the launch pad, our colleagues over in Houston will take over. Leah, how are things looking in Mission Control right now?
Hey Megan, I'm here now, and thanks for joining us again here in the White Flight Control Room here at NASA's Johnson Space Center. So you might be wondering why Johnson Space Center will control the flight of Orion after liftoff, even though it's launching at Kennedy Space Center, and that's all about how our flight control centers are designed. Launch control is at Kennedy, while mission control is in Houston, and we also have the SLS Engineering Support Center at NASA's Marshall Space Flight Center. Ever since the Gemini 4 mission in 1965, all flights have been commanded from Houston after launch, so we have the infrastructure and the experience here at Johnson Space Center to work through long-duration missions with, or in this case, without crew. Additionally, launches must be conducted over water rather than over populated areas, which makes Kennedy Space Center a prime location. Again, we're ready to jump into action once SLS takes flight, and this room will be staffed around the clock until Orion splashes down at the end of the mission. We're excited to continue that work today with Artemis-1 and throughout the Artemis program, but for now, we'll turn it back over to you, Megan and Kayla.
Now, the fully stacked SLS and Orion system was rolled from the vehicle assembly building to the launch pad about 2 weeks ago. We captured this video of the 4-mile, 9-hour journey. It took a special transporter and a special team of people to make it happen. Hear from them what it's like to shoulder the weight of this moment.
The crawler transporter is a machine that goes and picks up the mobile launcher, the SLS rocket with Orion. It's basically the cornerstone of the mobile launch concept. Without the crawler, you couldn't transport the mobile launcher and the vehicle from the VAB to the pad or the pad back to the VAB. And it was designed and built for the Apollo program to move Saturn V's to the launch pad. Since then, we've modified it and used it to move the entire shuttle program. And after the shuttle program, we did extensive modifications, and now it's to be used to move Artemis to the launch pad. The crawler is 136 feet long from end to end. It's 114 feet wide from the edge of the truck to the other edge of the truck. It weighs 6.6 million pounds. It has the power to do 2 miles an hour, but you never want to go that fast. Generally, we're around 0.83 for SLS. Artemis will be one of the heaviest loads we've ever carried and one of the tallest loads we've carried. I am exceptionally proud of our team. They're very talented, they're very committed, and they're just all around good team. I think any problem that crops up or anything that comes up, we'll fix it and we'll get moving again. And again, it starts right here with the crawler. So if we do our job and everybody else does theirs, man, we're going to have a successful launch. We're going back to the moon. This is going to be just fantastic.
Such an impressive team, and the crawler, Kayla. I mean, this is a certificate from the Guinness Book of World Records.
Yeah, it's pretty cool getting recognized for the heaviest self-powered vehicle in the world at 3,106 tons.
That's amazing.
Amazing.
I know. We were just talking about how awesome the crawler is. I mean, it was retrofitted. It was created in the Apollo for the Apollo missions, and it was updated, modified for shuttle, and now it's been modified for Artemis. It's just really an amazing machine, and the people who keep it maintained and operate it. Like, I'm so glad that we could feature them today.
Absolutely.
All right, so we are 48 minutes and counting, again, from that opening of the 2-hour window we have today. Kayla, if you thought you were excited, you have got to check out this video here.
This is really cool. We got some children that are on a bus, and they're going to come here to the vehicle assembly building, and the administrator and I are going to jump on the bus and surprise them.
We're going to give them the opportunity to come in and go up the elevator with the rocket.
Wow! It's so cool! Look at that thing! Whoa, that's awesome!
Hey guys, would you like to see a moon rocket? Because it is the future of our country, indeed the future of the world. And we saw what our space program does for science and technology and engineering and mathematics. We saw that in the Apollo generation.
All right, guys, what do you think? What I hope to achieve today is inspiring a new generation. I mean, the more people that we can get to see up close and personal this rocket, it's awe-inspiring. And I cannot wait till the launch. When America sees our rocket actually launch on a test flight to the moon, you know, it's just going to spark a whole new push for what we are doing.
Best day of my whole life ever. It's going to be incredible. It was a dream come true.
This rocket is definitely going to the moon.
I think it's really amazing.
And I was actually really excited because I've never seen a rocket like this close up.
Now we have the Artemis generation. This is a new generation of us going back to the moon to learn and live, and then we're going to Mars.
I told you they were so excited. They're so cute, their faces, it was amazing.
I think my face looked pretty similar the first time I walked into the VAB and looked up at that rocket. I mean, the building is huge, and standing at the base of the rocket just takes your breath away. The scale of it, you know, 322 feet, especially stacked on its end like that, is just amazing. So yeah. I almost relived my first time in the VAB through their eyes.
And it was really cool. There was this opportunity where they got to just ask any questions they wanted. I was there, so they were asking me questions. They were asking the administrator, Bob Cabana as well, and they just hands shot up. They just had questions, and then sometimes I didn't really know the answer, and they're like, well, it's this, and I was like, oh my god, they know so much and they're so interested in it. I mean, again, this is why we're doing this. This is part of the inspiring the next generation.
Absolutely. Whenever I get a chance to interact with kids kind of any age, all the way from elementary school up through college, the human spaceflight program, and Artemis in particular, I think really captures people's imagination and gets them interested in everything it takes to do something so daring and so complicated.
Yeah. And actually, before we move on, an interesting note about the opening music in that video, it's an original composition called The Artemis Generation, performed by the Cooper Middle School Band percussion section of McLean, Virginia. And to continue to inspire the Artemis generation, NASA invited students to take part in a national essay contest, challenging them to imagine what it'd be like to lead a week-long mission to the moon's South Pole. Here's the first winner now.
I gazed out of our moon pod window just before it was time to exit. My crew of 3 and I had been working for years to get here. Our crew consisted of a botanist, an engineer, a doctor, and me, an astrobiologist. We'd been picked because of how well we got along together, with our complementary STEM backgrounds and our naturally upbeat personalities. Houston, this is Artemis Crew 1, initiating airlock sequence, I said over my microphone. I looked at my crewmates, and as I stepped out of the pod, I felt so gratified, becoming the first woman on the moon. Our purpose was to set up a moon habitat containing the 4 things needed to keep a crew safe: oxygen and clean water, a waste disposal system, the veggie project for food, and a protective outside shell made of regolith and mycelium. We will build it over the next week, and it will be used by other astronauts for years to come. Embarking on this incredible adventure, I couldn't help but be grateful to be given this opportunity to lead the most remarkable crew and to know that I was a part of the Artemis generation.
So that was beautifully written by Taya Sauer of Laguna, California, and she was one of 3 essay winners. The 2 others were Austin Pritz of Walcott, Indiana, and Amanda Gutierrez of Lincoln, Nebraska. If you want to check out their essays, you can scan the QR code you see on the screen. The 3 of them beat out nearly 14,000 students who submitted essays, so you definitely want to check out the other 2, again, by scanning this QR code. So right now you're looking live at right outside of Kennedy Space Center's visitor complex. We have plenty of bleachers set out to accommodate, as you can see, a lot of guests that are hoping to see the launch today. So why don't we go in there and check back in with NASA's Leo Martin.
Hi, Megan. Yeah, this place is filling up. You can feel the excitement, people chattering, people sharing stories, people talking. And, you know, we just heard about those Artemis Moonpod essay winners who are part of the Artemis generation. Also joining me tonight from the Artemis generation, we have 2 students who were actually able to come down and visit at Kennedy Space Center to watch this launch live tonight. I'm joined here by Denham and Allison. How does it feel to be here tonight?
Really, when I first found out, I was really nervous. I didn't really know what to expect. Like, we really just looked at each other and we kind of screamed.
Yeah. Just out of excitement?
Yeah.
How did you feel?
Honestly, it was like amazing. It was surreal. Like that we have this opportunity out of so many people who applied for this. It was like outstanding.
And you guys actually got to take a tour of Kennedy Space Center a little bit earlier this week. What was something that you got to see that was just really outstanding?
I think it was the shuttle experience, like how it is when the rocket ship goes on up with people in it. It was honestly really fun doing it and learning like how they feel at the moment.
And Denham, what do you think it will be like to watch the world's most powerful rocket launch tonight from just across the river?
Well, really, I don't really know what to expect because I've never really done this before, but I feel like it would really be outstanding. I might shed a little tear, but I don't really know. Like, I'm really excited to be here, and it's amazing. Like,
it is amazing, and I don't think you're going to be the only one shedding tears tonight. Megan, we're super excited, eyes on Artemis, and we're ready to see the launch.
Thanks so much, guys. Now, Kayla, are you ready for more questions from social media? We're getting them in.
Always.
All right, let's take a look at the screen now. We have another celebrity question.
Hey, I'm Keke Palmer, and I play Izzy Hawthorne in Pixar's Lightyear, and I can't wait to see Artemis1 launch today. How will going back to the moon pave the way to Mars?
Thank you, Keke.
Yeah, what an awesome question for tonight. I mean, the return to the moon is going to give us a chance to test all of the capabilities we need to operate on Mars. Mars is really far from home. It's going to take us 6 months just to get there, and that's with ideal planetary alignment and expected advances in propulsion technology. Then we'll spend about a year plus on the surface before it's 6 months home. And so the moon is a lot closer. We can get there in 3 days. The communications delay is a lot shorter, and so we can really test our operational concepts a lot closer to home. The moon's super far away. It's 250,000 miles, but that's way closer than Mars. So it's going to give us a chance to test all of our technologies so that we know what we need to develop in order to take that next step.
Yeah, we call it the next giant step for a reason. Mars is very, very far, like you said. All right, let's take another question from social media. Kayla, what inspired you to be an astronaut?
You know, my journey was a little bit different than some of my colleagues. I didn't grow up specifically dreaming of becoming an astronaut. I don't know what the barrier was there. I was aware of and inspired by the space program, but I never allowed myself to dream of becoming an astronaut until I had served on a submarine, actually. I think that operational experience that's so similar to what we do in the space program, if you think about it, we're sending humans to live, work, and do something of importance in a place where people aren't supposed to be, the depths of the ocean or the vacuum of space. And so I think those experiences gave me the confidence to even dream that I could become an astronaut, and then inspired me to apply in the first place.
And that doesn't deter you, again, like being in a place where, yeah, we're not supposed to be, a confined space at that.
Yeah, I think those parallels, I got a chance to meet an astronaut after serving on my submarine, Kay Heyer, who's also a Naval Academy graduate, class of 1981. And hearing about her experiences working on the space station really made me click. All of a sudden I said, the space station's a submarine in space.
Yes.
And it sounds silly, but I had never made that connection before. And once I did, I just couldn't stop dreaming about it.
Oh, that's so cool. I love that your story isn't, the typical one, as you said. Okay, I think we have time for one more question. Is Snoopy ready and excited?
Of course. I think like any crew member, Snoopy's been training for this moment. He knows what to expect in a nominal and an off-nominal launch and all the actions expected of him. So like any good crew member, he's ready to go.
And he has a suit that's been tailored to him. It's especially made for him, the way that the astronaut suits are especially made for them. So yeah, I think he's ready.
Yeah. Seeing the moon up close, he's ready to go.
So keep those questions coming. Use that hashtag.
Yeah, we've had a couple of issues that the launch team has been working, and we have an update on both of those. First of all, is the leak, the liquid hydrogen leak, and the replenish valve out at the mobile launcher. We understand from the launch team that that leak has not recurred. The work that happened out at the pad is that the Red crew and the work that they did out there remedied the leak. That's good news. And now the liquid hydrogen tank on the core stage is back in replenish at this moment. And the upper stage of the rocket, liquid hydrogen side, is in fast fill. You can see from the graphic there that we are back up to 100% over on the liquid hydrogen side on the right hand of the screen. On the left hand of the screen, you can see we have been in stable replenish for liquid oxygen. Now, with regards to the range, they reported that they had an issue to the NASA test director with their radar sight. Later found out that that was actually a bad Ethernet switch that was cutting out and not providing them the data. The range reported that they will swap out that bad switch, and they're currently working on that. They advised at the time, about a half hour ago, that it would take them about 70 minutes, or about 25 minutes into that work. They did just recently update the NASA test director to say that it's going to take them a little bit longer because they're going to need to re-verify this Ethernet equipment once they have it installed. Again, that work is ongoing, but at the moment, if we were launching right now, the range is no-go as a result of that bad Ethernet switch. The Dolly Loop file, which helps steer the Space Launch System through the upper atmosphere, has been uploaded to the rocket, and so we're good to go there in terms of other configurations that are ongoing. But we are continuing to monitor communications of the launch team about holding to the top of the window, currently slated for 1:04 a.m. Eastern Time. But we do have 2 hours, and we have yet to see whether or not the launch team is going to be able to make enough adjustments in order to hit the top of that window. No slip yet, but we're monitoring their work, and we'll give you an update when we have it. Back to you, Megan.
Okay, you probably heard great news that the fix has worked. There is no longer a liquid hydrogen leak anymore, but we still have that problem with the tracking radar for the range. and a bad Ethernet switch, apparently. So it sounds simple, but I'm sure it probably isn't that simple. So that switch is being currently replaced, as they said. So we're waiting to hear about that. We should be starting a scheduled hold anytime soon now, actually. So we, at that point, probably after the hold, after about 30 minutes or so, we will probably know when the likely launch time is. As I said in the explanation just a moment ago, though, we do have a 2-hour launch window, so that could be looked at during the hold. So that's where we stand at the moment. So it is fix one problem and then on to another problem. But all is not over yet. We have certainly gone through some milestones that NASA didn't get through previously. So that's good news in a way. So SLS itself, it seems to be behaving itself. Had a problem with the mobile launcher with the leaks, but that's been fixed. So that's just other problems. So SLS curse has still not been lifted yet, but hopefully soon. So who knows? Who knows when the launch is actually going to be at this stage? We don't know, but we should find out soon. Okay, we'll go back over to NASA. Oh, by the way, I thought we'd stay with the tanking operations because the how great is NASA thing is getting a little bit cringy, I think, perfectly honest with you. Unless you guys want me to switch back over, quite happy to do that. Entirely up to yourself. I just thought it was just getting a bit too much, and I thought maybe just have a bit of peace and quiet, and then we just have some running commentary with the tanking and the process and all the rest of it as well. So entirely up to yourself. I don't mind switching back if you like. Entirely up to you. I'll leave it up to you.
T-minus 14 minutes and counting. We have an update now on the upper stage of the Space Launch System. Currently at 75% filled. We're in fast fill for the upper stage, and currently it is 75% filled for liquid hydrogen. We're in stable replenish for the core stage, both liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen. And that includes the liquid oxygen on the upper stage. Stand by, we're getting an update from the range on their issue. I'll be right back. Yeah, Megan, we actually have about 10 minutes before we go into a half-hour hold. That half-hour hold is part of the L clock, and what you see on your monitor right now, I believe, is the T clock. So in about 10 minutes, we'll hold for a half hour, and currently the launch team is trying to evaluate how much of a delay may result from some issues that we've been facing over the past hour. Just to recap those, we had a leak in a replenish valve on the mobile launcher that feeds into liquid hydrogen core stage tank. That's been resolved. The leak has been fixed, and we're moving forward. Currently, the upper stage of the rocket for liquid hydrogen is roughly 70 8% at the moment. So that is tracking. Progress continues there. The core stage has been topped off, and now both liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen are 100%, along with the upper stage of the liquid hydrogen side of the equation. So we're just waiting on the complete tanking of the upper stage liquid hydrogen. Now, with regards to the range issue that we had, we just got an update from the range, the 45th Space Wing officer reporting in to the NASA test director that the Ethernet switch has been replaced. This problematic switch took down their ability to see radar from one of their assets, which is key in getting acquisition and signal for the flight termination system if it were to be needed. Of course, this is a critical system that has to be tested before we can launch. So at the moment, we're looking still at a 1:04 a.m. Eastern Time launch, but it is pretty clear from the work that is ahead that it looks like we're going to slip into that window. How much exactly, we don't have an accurate calculation from the launch team as of right now. But of course, we're anticipating that. So for the moment, you see on your clock now, we are in the T-minus 10-minute hold. We just entered that, and now roughly we're looking at 28 minutes to resume terminal count. The launch team will assess what work needs to be done, how that syncs up with the range getting back online with their equipment, and then we should have a new T0 for you soon. That's the latest from Firing Room 1 here at the Kennedy Space Center. Megan, back to you.
Okay, as you've just heard, the problem with the radar switch has been resolved. The switch has been replaced. But as he said, it's a bit unclear exactly when T0 is going to occur or how far we're going to slip into that window. We're not sure yet, but there is going to be a delay. That's pretty obvious by now because, like you said, the amount of work that's happened at the moment. So we are currently in a scheduled hold. This is normal. Do that for these sort of problems to reevaluate where they're going to be within the launch window. So this is perfectly normal. So hopefully within the next 30 minutes or so, we will have a new T0 or new launch time. But as it stands right now, it's still going to be at 1:04 Eastern or 6:04 the GMT, but stand by for that to change. So that's where we stand at the moment, but looking pretty positive right now. I'm quite optimistic. I think we're going to see a launch today. It's just a question of when. That's all it is. So I'm quite optimistic at the moment. But all in all, we've not had a problem with SLS itself. The leak was to do with the mobile launcher. It wasn't SLS itself. A problem with the radar, again, that wasn't SLS itself. Considering the problems we've had previously, it was mostly all to do with SLS. So we're not having those problems with SLS this time. So I'm quite optimistic. So we should hopefully find out soon where we stand. But yeah, stand by. I think we're going to see a launch today. But but again, at the end of the day, this is a test. Anything happens in tests. I've seen many tests over the years. With new systems and new rockets and things like that. So absolutely anything can happen, and it often does. So I'm not going to accept that it's actually lifting off until the SRBs, the solid rocket boosters, are lit, because once they're lit, it's going. So until that happens at T0, yeah, I'm gonna hold my breath. But again, I'm still optimistic. I don't know about you. Let me know in the chat what you think. Oh, forgot to mention as well, the red timer that you see on your screen right now, that is my countdown timer set for when the window opens at 1:04 a.m. Eastern. So that's when the window opens. That doesn't necessarily mean that's when we're going to launch. Okay, so that's my timer for when the window opens. So what happens is when we get an update, I will change the timer to count down, hopefully accurately. And we might be given a figure as to not just the minutes, but also the seconds as well. Okay, so stand by for that.
on the bad Ethernet switch is complete, and they are ready for open loop tests. This tests the range ability to send a destruct signal to the rocket in the case it were to go off course and endanger the public. This is a mandatory test that needs to be completed. Again, the range finishing the work on the replacement of their Ethernet switch that was rendered their radar acquisition and sending of the flight termination signal to the SLS rocket repaired. And so now they need to run an open loop test to confirm that they have good signal going into the rocket in case they need to send a flight termination signal. For the upper stage of the rocket, we are, well, let's talk about the whole rocket. Core stage and upper stage. We have the core stage in stable replenish, both hydrogen and oxygen. And in the upper stage, we're stable on the liquid oxygen side. We briefly paused fast fill on the upper stage, which is currently at 80% filled, in order to do a test of the vent valve on that liquid hydrogen tank. Fast fill has resumed, and currently we are in topping on the upper stage of liquid hydrogen. So that is just in. We are into topping on the upper stage of the liquid hydrogen tank, and we are awaiting the range testing their flight termination system with the launch team. This is Artemis Launch Control. We are currently in a T-10 hold. This is a pre-planned hold that has 11 minutes left. The pre-planned hold goes for a half hour. The T0 is set for 1:04 a.m. Eastern Time, but currently the launch team is working to catch up to what appears to be a slip into the launch window, which is currently 2 hours and goes until 3:04 a.m. Eastern Time. Now we'll get a solid T0 once the launch team is able to determine how much work is left. But again, it's based on the math and where we are, it looks like we are slipping into the window. But again, that's not official. We don't have a new T0 as of right now. This is Artemis Launch Control.
Good evening or good morning. Those of you who just joined us, I'm Matt. Welcome to M2M and to this live stream of the Artemis-1 test launch. Currently, we are in a scheduled hold, and it is suspected that we are going to have a new T-minus or launch time due to a couple of issues. We had a leak on the mobile launcher, a liquid hydrogen leak. 1 second. That has been resolved. There was also a problem with the tracking radar for SLS, which is a crucial component during launch. And there was a faulty switch. That switch has been replaced and is currently being verified, and confidence that it has also been fixed. So we're currently waiting to hear if there is going to be a new launch time. For those of you who have not subscribed to this channel, please hit the subscribe button, hit the bell icon, and then you'll be notified when I load some more videos. And don't forget, everybody that's listening, please hit the thumbs up, and that helps to drive more people to the stream. The clock that you see on the screen now in red, that is a countdown timer to the launch window. So that doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to be launching at a time, because it looks like there could be a delay. We could be going further into the launch window. I'm not sure exactly how much as of yet, but we'll find out shortly. Artemis-1 is part of the Artemis project to send NASA astronauts back to the moon. Artemis-1 is the first of those launches. It's a test launch. It's uncrewed. It has some test dummies inside the capsule doing various things, and it's also going to be launching on the way to the moon, various CubeSats, etc. It's going to be a total mission time. We're going to be going to the moon, orbiting the moon, and returning back to the Earth within 26 days. So that's where we stand at the moment. Hopefully we should hear soon exactly when launch will be. So bear in mind, the red clock you see is not necessarily the launch time. Enjoy the stream.
Yeah, that's right, Megan. So we are clearly in a delay now. The NASA test director, who's basically flying the ship for the launch countdown tonight, has said that we are extending the hold that we were currently in at T-minus 10 minutes and counting. And so that puts us off the 1:04 a.m. Eastern Time launch. We're now slipping indefinitely into the hold. NASA test director Carlos Monge saying that we are currently estimating how much work needs to be done before resuming the polling that is supposed to take place 15 minutes before launch. It then goes to terminal count at T-minus 10 minutes. Now we've got an update on the tanking of the upper stage liquid hydrogen tank. Currently 95% filled. We're in topping on that tank. It is the last of 4 tanks in the Space Launch System that needed to be completely fueled up before we launch. Of course, cryogenic tanking, a complex operation that has seen some delays tonight. We had a roughly hour delay after a replenish valve on the core stage liquid hydrogen side required hands-on work by a Red Crew team that went out to the launch pad and tightened down some bolts on the valve and got it fixed before leaving the launch pad, and then launch team verifying that that work was complete. Now currently we're awaiting some work with the range. The 45th Space Wing, which oversees the range here and makes sure that the airspace and the ocean out over the flight path is clear, and also has the responsibility to destruct the rocket should it go off track. They are been working on some issues with their equipment and sending a flight termination signal to the rocket. There is testing that must happen with the flight termination system that was delayed by a bad Ethernet switch. Switch has been changed out, and now the range is looking to start testing their connectivity to the rocket in order to preserve that safety function that they are responsible for. So again, we are slipping now indefinitely into the launch window. We're awaiting the launch team to evaluate just how much time is required to complete the work to get this rocket ready to launch. And of course, when we have a new T0 for you, we'll report that out right away. Megan, back to you.
So there it is, confirmed. We are going to have a delayed T0. It's not going to be at 1:04 as originally planned when the window opens. So that's yet to be confirmed. But it sounds like at least the problem with the radar switch has been resolved. They didn't actually make that clear, but it sounds to me that it has been fixed. So they're evaluating right now what needs to be done so they can actually reevaluate a new T0 or launch time. For the time being, I've taken the timer off the stream for the moment until I know any further, just to avoid any confusion. And hopefully we should hear something soon.
T-minus 10 minutes and holding. I have an update on a new issue that the launch team was studying, and that's the possible liberation, as they say, of some RTV, room temperature vulcanization, essentially caulk that is around the Orion, between Orion and panels that come off to reveal the solar panels for the Orion and European service module. The problem is essentially this: the caulk has a sensor in it, and it through camera inspections of the rocket, they have been able to determine that it is loose and could potentially come off. This is the same issue that was brought before a mission management team, which evaluates additional risks to the rocket, just a day ago. This happened after Hurricane Nicole passed through and delaminated some of the caulk around the bottom of Orion that connects to those panels. The team has determined that this caulk that encompasses this sensor on Orion is likely to come off after launch. And so the engineering team went and did a full analysis on what that debris trajectory could be once it comes off, and they evaluated that it falls within the same amount of risk that was evaluated by the mission management team a day ago. And so with no additional risk, that constraint has been removed. The engineers going on further to say that the RTV, as was discussed a day ago, is a loose and pliable material that is unlikely to cause a higher risk due to damage. They say it's likely to hit the LVSA, which is the adapter, the cone-shaped adapter that meets Orion and comes down, and the ICPS, and then comes down to the core stage. It is a rigid structure that would be able to withstand the impact of that RTV. So that constraint was just removed after discussion between engineers and the NASA test director, launch director, and mission management chair Mike Serafin. And so now we continue on. We are slipping into the launch window. Currently 9 minutes into the launch window, which ends at 3:04 a.m. Eastern Time. The team is currently evaluating the work they have left to do and how much time it will take them to complete it before they can start polling for go. That would normally happen 15 minutes before launch, and we are not ready to resume that polling at this moment. And so we are going into the window. The question is, how deep are we going into the window? A rough calculation of the work, and this is a rough calculation just for the benefit of those who are watching and those who are here to watch the launch, is no earlier than 1:45 a.m. That again is a rough estimation. This work has to be evaluated, calculated, and a new T0 given, and currently at this moment we don't have that. Just want to be real clear about that. The issue with the range and their radar asset, that has been fixed, and we are awaiting verification of their testing, which is part of the flight termination system, a critical safety system that allows the 45th Space Wing to send a destruct signal to the rocket should it go in the wrong direction. That test has not happened, and although the rocket is fully tanked, both core stage and upper stage, there's still some work to do to get it completely configured and ready to go. That's the latest. This is Artemis Launch Control.
Hey, it's Matt here. I put a new timer up on the screen, but again, so there's a new estimated time, T0 time, as 1:45 a.m. Eastern. That's 6:45 a.m. GMT. That is only an estimation at this stage. That could change. So the countdown timer is just a rough time. That may well change shortly when we know more. So just to give you an idea, at least, I've got that estimated time up on the screen for you now. I'm sorry if I'm humming and ahhing. I'm starting to get a bit tired now. I want to go to bed, but no, I'm going to be here until just so we actually see the launch at least, and to at least a little way into the its orbit, etc., and maybe even the TLI. We'll see how we go. Hopefully, we'll have that time confirmed soon, but I am pretty optimistic that we are going to see a launch. And hopefully it will be at the time that we're seeing at the moment. Let us see. Yes, sorry, Kevin. Yeah, I forgot to mention. Yes, he did. The problem with the range, the radar has been fixed, and it sounds like it has been verified. So that is done. It's just a case of reevaluating. There was a question raised about the cork on the Orion spacecraft, on the I believe the solar cells. As that question was raised earlier on today. However, they feel that if it does fall off, it shouldn't cause any problems, and it's likely to anything it's likely to hit is the stage adapter. So they have no issues with that. So that's not going to cause any problems. So that's the other thing. So at the moment, we're not looking at solving any problems at this stage. It's just a case of reevaluating.
Yeah, Megan, thank you. And a clearer picture is starting to emerge as the launch team now reports out that they only have a few minutes left of work to do before they're ready to pick up polling. And we're also hearing that some of that polling, which kicks off with the mission management team, is also now just about 3.5 minutes away. Now, we are currently still in that hold. But the launch team, NASA's test director, is continuing to move the team forward. We've wrapped up work on the upper stage and the lower stage. You're looking now live inside firing room 1, where launch director Charlie Blackwell Thompson is overseeing her launch team. We've had a number of delays that have put us off the T0, but we are starting to track to a T0 close to around a quarter till, top of the hour. But we do need to have some polling that takes place. I'm pausing now because I'm listening in to the teams as they communicate. In this launch window, which we're currently 26 minutes into, and it's 2 hours long, it runs until 3:04 a.m. Eastern Time, we have what's called 40 cutouts. And in those cutouts, they range from about a second to about a minute. These are times where they can't launch. These cutouts must be accounted for when determining a new T0. The upper stage of the rocket, which was the last to get ready and configured, just recently the team cycled the liquid hydrogen valves, which is required, and they are currently working on the LO2 valves, liquid oxygen valves in the upper stage. That work is almost done. We are now 1.5 minutes away from the poll of the mission management team, which is several minutes before T-minus 15 minutes. When that poll starts, we'll get a clearer picture of our T0. NASA's test director has informed the launch team to all switch to a common communication channel. It's called 232. And what this means is that the entire launch team is now on one channel, and all future communication will happen there. Whereas there are many channels. Now they reduce it down to one. Just heard from NASA test director Carlos Monge. I'm sorry, Jeff Spaulding. Jeff Spaulding's on. They swapped out. There are currently no constraints to launch. Great news. Again, no constraints to launch, and they're getting ready to pick up with a poll to determine readiness for launch. Okay, NASA Test Director Jeff Spaulding getting ready to conduct the readiness poll, so we are getting close. We're going to pull up the audio now so that you can listen in.
Rockets go. All right, copy all. And Launch Director NTD, our launch team is ready to proceed at this time.
I copy all NTD. At this time, I will proceed with my poll. And attention on 232, this is the Launch Director performing the final poll for launch. Verify no constraints and go for launch. EGS Program Chief Engineer.
EGS Program Chief Engineer verifies that the EGS, SLS, and Orion Program Chief Engineers have no constraints and are go for launch.
Copy, Greg. Thank you. EGS Chief Safety Officer.
The EGS CSO verifies the SLS, Orion, and EGS CSOs have no constraints and are go for launch.
Copy, John. Thank you. Range weather.
Weather has no constraints and weather is go for launch.
Copy, LWO. And Mission Manager. And Mission Manager, Launch Director.
Launch Director, Mission Manager on 232. The mission management team has been polled. You have a go to proceed with terminal count and launch of Artemis-1.
I copy all. Thank you. And NTD, Launch Director.
Go ahead, Launch Director.
Yes, sir. On behalf of all the men and women across our great nation who have worked to bring this hardware together to make this day possible, and for the Artemis generation, this is for you. At this time, I give you a go to resume count and launch Artemis-1.
Copy, Launch Director, and thank you. All right, we do have a couple of steps to configure, and then we will be ready to resume the clock. CVSE, NTD.
CVSC here.
Initiate recording of Orion cameras at this time.
In work.
R, NTD.
RSR here.
Perform the booster ignition SNA arm rotation enable.
NDT, RSR, booster ignition SNA
Okay,
arm
guys, we're go for launch.
We're
just waiting for a
and
launch time now.
You.
Okay, so there you heard the poll from Launch
All right,
Director.
and all personnel, we are going to resume the clock here momentarily.
Getting ready to get that new T0 time. The poll that you heard was the NASA Test Director's poll. And
all right, and we have verified no cutouts at this time. And all personnel, we are going to resume the clock. GLS, you can resume the clock on your mark.
GLS copies. Countdown clock will resume on my mark. 3, 2, 1, mark. GLS mainline has been initiated.
Okay.
T-minus 10 minutes and counting.
We are T-minus 10 minutes away from liftoff of Artemis-1. As you can see, the clock is now moving. Let's put that up. T-minus 9 minutes and 47 seconds. The L-minus 15 poll complete.
Show 06:47:44 is the new liftoff time.
Affirm.
Okay.
Okay, now we're actually... this is what we are.
01:47:44. 1:47 a.m. Eastern Time and 44 seconds.
Okay, we are now in what was called the terminal count, which is 10 minutes.
We went straight into terminal count.
Lots of things are going to happen now.
Liftoff now 9 minutes away. So terminal count. Control has been given over to the GLS, the ground launch sequencer, a computer and software that is doing all of the commanding and monitoring of the Space Launch System. We'll hear call-outs from the GLS operator, Alex Pandalos. as well as NASA Test Director Jeff Spaulding. GLS is pre-tensioning the umbilicals at this very moment. You can see them as they run down the rocket. That's getting them ready to detach. At liftoff, those arms will swing away. We'll let go of the rocket in a clockwise direction. T-minus 8 minutes and counting. The GLS is performing up to 100 commands per second.
Okay, in just in a couple of minutes, guys, the fuel tanks are going to start to pressurize. We're ready for flight. Also, the internal batteries is all going to be handed over to SLS. Guidance and all the rest of it is going to be handed over to Orion, all the rest of it as well. So there's lots of things happening all within a short space of time.
You can see the crew access arm is already retracted. When there is crew during Artemis 2, it would happen at T-minus 6 minutes. But out of abundance of caution, they went ahead and retracted the arm well ahead of liftoff. I want to point your attention to the base of the mobile launcher. If something wasn't done to reduce the power from the pressure caused by the rocket's ignition and thunderous sound, it could damage the rocket. So the ignition overpressure and sound suppression system will flood the mobile launcher with water. You'll see that sequence start at T-minus 17 seconds. Now coming up in less than 30 seconds, the ground launch sequencer will start bringing the high energy systems online, starting with core stage pressure. Firing room 1 is completely silent as they listen for the next call.
GLS is go for core stage tank pressurization.
The core stage tank is now pressurizing to flight levels. The replenish valve to the liquid hydrogen tank now closing. The liquid oxygen tank will come a little later. Now we're arming the Orion ascent pyros and transfer to internal power. The launch abort system, or LAS jettison motor, is now armed. On this flight, the abort motor is inactive because there is no crew on board. Up next is the flight termination system, or FTS, which gives the Space Force the ability to destruct the rocket if it goes in the wrong direction. Let's listen in for that.
GLS is go for FTS arm.
The flight termination system is now armed. Coming up at 4 minutes and 40 seconds, a big moment. This is where the RS-25 engines and their bleed go to high flow. It's been a little tricky to dial in.
GLS is go for LH2 high flow bleed check.
Good word, we've passed that. The cryo team got the LH2 engine bleed pressure loop dialed in. They are now at the right temperature for launch. Countdown continues. T-minus 4 minutes, 15 seconds. Up next, GLS fires up the KPUs. Those are high-speed turbines which provide pressure to hydraulic pumps that steer the RS-25s. Stands for Core Stage Auxiliary Power Unit Start.
GLS is go for core stage APU start.
That now leads to the thrust vector control test at T-minus 2 minutes and 30 seconds. That can proceed now, and we will see the engines gimbal at the bottom of the core stage. At T-minus 3 minutes and 10 seconds, you will hear the go for purge sequence 4. That's a helium purge of the 4 core stage engines downstream of the propellant valve, getting the air and moisture out.
GLS is go for purge sequence 4.
And in just a few seconds, GLS will close the core stage LOX vent, liquid oxygen. The white vapor cloud caused from the super cold gaseous oxygen condensing the water in the atmosphere will disappear. You see it coming out there now. And there it goes, it's closed. LOX vent closed, pressure rising in the core stage LOX tank to flight levels. Coming up in 15 seconds, look for that thrust vector control actuator test. Engines will gimbal. And there they go. The 4 core stage RS-25 engines gimbaling around, testing the ability to steer the rocket into space. They will operate at 109% performance. Each RS-25 throwing down 500,000 pounds of thrust. All 4, 2 million pounds. All together with the boosters, 8.8 million pounds of thrust.
GLS is go for upper stage to internal power.
Now the upper stage has gone to internal power. So power is removed from the rocket's upper stage, the ICPS, and it's been switched to battery power. The same milestone is coming up for the core stage at T-minus 1 minute and 30 seconds.
GLS is go for core stage to internal power.
The rocket's core stage, which houses the 3 flight computers, is now on battery power. So there is no more hold time available because there's no more margin on the batteries. So if we have a hold, we'd have to recycle back to T-minus 10 minutes and recharge those batteries. The count continues. A note now, shortly after liftoff.
1 minute.
Shortly after liftoff, Mission Control Houston will take control of the rocket, and my colleague, Leah Cheshire, will take over commentary. T-minus 50 seconds and counting. Coming up at T-minus 33 seconds, the GLS will hand off control to the ALS. This is the autonomous launch sequencer. On board the rocket, it will take over command and control of the rocket. But the ALS will check, make sure there's no holds coming from the ground up until T-minus 2 seconds.
GLS is go for ALS.
And we are go for ALS. The Space Launch System is now counting down to liftoff of Orion on its maiden voyage to the moon. Launch team can no longer recycle the count. Sound suppressor water now flowing under the ML. And here we go.
10.
Hydrogen burn-off igniters initiated. 7, 6, 5. Core stage engine start. 3, 2, 1. Boosters in ignition. And liftoff of Artemis-1. We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
All 4 RS-25 engines on the core stage and 2 solid rocket boosters now propelling the vehicle at 128 miles per hour. Hearing good control on the roll from teams in Mission Control Houston. All good calls so far. Now 30 seconds into the flight of Artemis-1. First milestone will be for the vehicle to pass through max Q at about 1 minute and 9 seconds into launch. This is the greatest period of atmospheric force on the rocket. SLS now traveling 607 miles per hour. You're looking at 8.8 million pounds of maximum thrust. Quiet here in the loops in Mission Control. The 4 core stage engines throttling down ahead of passing through max Q. Now 1 minute, 21 seconds into the flight, traveling at 1,420 miles per hour. The 4 core stage engines are back at maximum thrust. The next major milestone will be for the solid rocket boosters to cut off and jettison at about 2 minutes and 11 seconds into the flight, so about 30 seconds from now. Again, quiet here in Mission Control Houston as teams continue monitoring the flight of Artemis-1. We're now 16 miles downrange from the launch pad at Kennedy Space Center, traveling over 2,800 miles per hour. Standing by for solid rocket booster jettison and shortly thereafter. Confirmation that the solid rocket boosters have separated these 177-foot boosters. Now the core stage continues to power the flight of Orion, all 4 RS-25 engines firing, traveling over 3,400 miles per hour, 46 miles downrange. 2 minutes and 36 seconds into the flight. Hearing nominal calls here in Mission Control Houston. We've still got 4 good engines on the core stage. Next up, we'll be looking for the service module fairing to separate. This is 3 15 by 15 foot fairing panels, providing structural support, protecting the service module. Those will separate at about 3 minutes and 11 seconds into flight, and very shortly thereafter will be followed by the launch abort system separation. Just over 3 minutes into the flight of Artemis-1, now traveling over 4,060 miles per hour, 83 miles downrange. We just had confirmation that the service module fairing has separated. And that the launch abort system pyros have fired, separating those from Orion as well. For future crew members, we just heard the call for 3 engine press, meaning if SLS were to lose an engine at this point in the mission, we could still achieve a nominal mission. We would just have an extended main engine cutoff time. However, we still have 4 good engines, all at maximum thrust right now, powering the first flight of Artemis at 5,200 miles per hour, 148 miles downrange. We're 4 minutes and 16 seconds into the flight of Artemis-1. So far, we've had a clean ascent. We saw those solid rocket boosters jettison about 2 minutes and 11 seconds after liftoff. Shortly after, we had the service module panels fairings separate, as well as the launch abort system. The launch abort system was inert for this flight, except to perform this separation. Those 4 core stage engines will continue to fire and power the flight of Artemis-1, now traveling over 6,800 miles per hour, 229 miles downrange. Booster flight controller reports that the engines are looking good. Our core stage main engine cutoff time is about 8 minutes and 3 seconds. We are now at 5 minutes and 11 seconds into the flight, 7,656 miles per hour. Again, 4 good core stage engines, those 4 RS-25 engines. The last time those core stage engines flew, they were taking space shuttles to orbit, and now with upgraded capabilities, they're launching the future of human spaceflight. Five minutes and 42 seconds into the mission, we are now traveling 8,800 miles per hour, 345 miles downrange from the launch pad at Kennedy Space Center. Again, we are anticipating core stage main engine cutoff at about 8 minutes and 3 seconds. And about 10 seconds later, we'll see core stage separation, at which point Orion and the interim cryogenic propulsion stage will be flying free. Now traveling over 10,000 miles per hour, 6 minutes and 15 seconds into the flight of Artemis-1, 427 miles downrange. Quiet here on the loops in Mission Control Houston. Teams continue to monitor this first flight. About a minute and a half now until that core stage main engine cutoff time. Our 4 core stage engines continue to fire maximum thrust. Coming up on 7 minutes since launch today, now traveling over 12,800 miles per hour, 563 miles downrange. Again, still quiet here in Mission Control, Houston. As we prepare for main engine cutoff, the 4 RS-25 engines are beginning to throttle down. "30 seconds now until core stage main engine cutoff. All 4 engines continue to throttle down. Now 7 minutes 45 seconds into the flight, traveling over 16,000 miles per hour. Continuing to hear good calls here in Mission Control, Houston. We're standing by for core stage main engine cutoff. And we have confirmation of core stage main engine cutoff. Orion is now in Earth's orbit. The flight dynamics officer reports that we have a nominal main engine cutoff. And we just heard the call for core stage separation. That means Orion and the interim cryogenic propulsion stage are now flying free from the core stage of the Space Launch System. The next milestone will be solar array deploy approximately 18 minutes after liftoff. But before Orion stretches its wings, let's check back in with our friends at Kennedy Space Center and hear all about what it was like to hear the rocket roar off the launch pad. Megan and Kayla, I've got to hear all about it.
Well, if you're just joining us, welcome to NASA's Kennedy Space Center, where we just watched Artemis1 launch, our first step towards our next adventure into deep space. As Leah said, I'm NASA's Megan Cruz, and this is NASA astronaut Kayla Barron. And I'm kind of still giddy and speechless. I don't even know how to explain how I'm feeling right now.
I feel the same way. This is the first launch that I've been able.
Well, there it is, folks. It's a pity that it was launched in the dark. I don't think it would have been. I think it would have been a lot more spectacular, to be fair. But Orion is on its way to the moon. It's as simple as that. So we are there. I think I'm going to end it there because we're not getting. I was hoping for maybe some cameras be working and all the rest of it, but I think NASA will probably release that later on. They're not going to show those cameras live for whatever reason. That's up to them. Yeah, the fluffs are going to love that, aren't they? But anyway, what it is, what it is. So yeah, all the different burns are going to happen much later on, and it's got very late for me here from anyway. Yeah, you would say it was rubbish, wouldn't you, DKG? It's not SpaceX. This is NASA. They're not as good as that when it comes to footage, but it is what it is. So what's going to happen is next tomorrow. Well, today, later on today, they're going to start showing live pictures of Earth from Orion. I believe that starts at 3 p.m. GMT time. Which would be about 10 a.m. Eastern. So I'll set up a stream for that, which I'll start, so I don't know, maybe 3 or 3:30 or 4, I'm not quite sure yet. It depends how much sleep I get. So, yeah, so I'm going to end it there. So thank you very, very much for people that joined us. There's 1 or 2 of you that have been with me pretty much the whole night long. Really appreciate it. It's been great, honestly, really has. It's been interesting. It's been a bit of a roller coaster. We weren't sure whether this was going to go ahead for a while there, but it did. They worked through the problems, and SLS has launched. SLS works. Now it's just a case of seeing whether Orion works and how the whole system works, and whether you can get to the moon and back again. I'm going to be monitoring and setting up live streams for all the different stages that they're going to be showing live. Whatever that might be, so I'll keep doing that as all the way through the whole mission over the coming weeks. So I am going to bid you all a very good night and thank you very, very much for joining me. If you are new to the channel, please, 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 please hit the subscribe button and tickle the bell, and you'll be notified when you go live or upload some more videos. And before you go as well, don't forget to please hit the thumbs up if you like the stream. And if there's anything that I can do to improve, then please let me know in the comments or message me or whatever. I was hoping that NASA would actually have a clock that was actually counting upwards, because I had those call outs, as you noticed at the top. So that would have been a little bit easier if they could have done that, but it's all right. It still worked out. So if you can think of any other improvements, that'd be really, really good. So that just leaves me to say good night.
Thank you.